what are the different barriers that people encounter when they are trying to get through the goals that they have, and how to lift those barriers so that they can experience, the different outcomes that they would ideally like to have. I've always had a deep passion for wellness, particularly. And so, my hope for today is really to share with you all some techniques that I think we all could use and could add to our toolkit that can shift and importantly expand our perspective during those inevitable moments when stress can kind of tilt the research life balance. And I think there's something pretty incredibly exciting, but also daunting about the nature of research, right? Like on the one hand, a lot of research is about going out beyond what is known and asking questions that, neither you nor anyone else really knows. On the other hand, research can sometimes also involve having to hold paradoxical or even sometimes conflicting stakeholder opinions. There's also the pressure to deliver results, navigating a lot of ambiguity, sometimes confronting skepticism. On top of that, depending on kind of the industry, there can be a very competitive nature to it. So, all of these things can really take a toll on a person's peace of mind, and then that can affect their performance. And so it's really important that we all equip ourselves with the tools that can help us navigate kind of the inevitable uncertainties that come with not only our roles, but kind of life more generally. And so I only want to think about our time, over these next couple of minutes as more of an evolving conversation. Where we are is where we've never been. And I'm going to throw that out there. And it's very, very vague and very open on purpose. And I wanted to sort of take a moment with this statement. And then I want to invite you to explore how you're experiencing it. For example, did you find that you were moving toward the statement or away from it? Did you find yourself maybe frozen by it? Which end of the statement, perhaps, did you find yourself more attached to? For the difficult feelings in response to it? And by the way, thank you for those of you who are sharing. There's really no requirement in particular for this. This can also be much more of like a self-reflective exercise if you choose to do kind of on your own. So wherever you are, really just notice and kind of note it. What you're seeing here is your mindful mind. When we're mindful, we're sort of able to focus our attention on what is happening in the present moment without necessarily filtering our experiences through, judgment or analysis. Right? We're able to step back and view the full picture through all its different potential perspectives as kind of what it is. Meaning in this case, as an image consisting of different shapes, each of them different sizes, colors, contours, textures, and so forth, right? Simply noticing them without any sense of any particular aspect of the thing being good or bad. These are all just kind of elements in an experience. Mindfulness can help us kind of create a space in which we can see things as they are, and then importantly, separate our interpretations of the things that we have from them. When doing this, we're then not defined by sort of any one perspective, and it makes it easier for us, for example, to see perhaps the yellow triangle in addition to a green circle, a purple circle, a cloud-like shape. The list could go on, right? Perhaps then we think that the yellow triangle reminds us of something else, and it continues to expand from there. By contrast, this is your mindless mind. Perhaps here the experience, becomes defined entirely by just the yellow triangle, right? And in fact, you insist on seeing nothing else. Or perhaps actually initially the entire experience was just defined by a single feeling, such as loss. When we're mindless, we're sort of trapped in a rigid perspective. So we're insensitive to the ways in which, meaning changes as a function of context, right? We can forget that our own frame of reference is only one of many. We are kind of operating on autopilot and sort of fixed in our ways of thinking. This could look like, for example, wanting to cling onto the very first impression that we had of the thing, or at least the most seemingly important one to us. Let's take a moment with this statement. Stress is the biggest bias generator we have to contend with in our work. What reactions come up for you here? And where in your body are you experiencing them? Wherever you happen to be, notice it, note it. So we know that mindlessness, can be kind of a state of inflexibility, right? That rigidity in our perspective. So what happens when you add stress on top of that, right? Well, it only augments that effect. And I think most of us, or at least many of us, know that stress can affect our emotional state quite profoundly, actually, right? It can make interacting in the world pretty difficult. But I think what's perhaps less obvious is how it changes our attentional focus throughout the day. We know through research that stress actually alters what we're consciously aware of. It could also alter our experience and our interpretation of reality. So then how, and why does this matter for us and in terms of like the work that we do? Well, research and the research process, a lot of that is all about asking questions, right? Viewing each of those through a different lens. It's also about critically assessing new information as it becomes available to us. And then doing so while trying to control for sources of error and controlling for bias. Well, stress interferes with that process, right? It interferes with the brain's ability to do things like process new information, to plan ahead, to problem solve. The stressed brain, resorts to a much more narrowed way of thinking, which is a much more biased and an error-prone way of thinking. It's less capable of navigating ambiguity. It's much more reactive to feedback, less flexible. So in a way, the stressed brain not only hinders us from being able to do what we need to do for the work that we do, but it also prevents us from doing the things that we're actually best at doing. So then how do we get back to that mindful brain, right? The one that we explored before, the one that's sort of able to see both the forest and the trees, so to speak, right? Well, you can start by noticing and observing. And I know that sort of sounds very obvious, and most people who are told that will then reply, okay, well, how? So sometimes I think the best advice, for how to approach something so seemingly complex is to kind of borrow from the advice we would give to children, right? And that's why I really personally love sharing Krishnamurti's own advice to kids. So in this quoted excerpt from one of his teachings, he says, you have to watch as you would watch a lizard going by, walking across the wall, seeing all its 4 feet, how it sticks to the wall. You have to watch it. And as you watch, you see all its movements, the delicacy of its movement. So in the same way, watch your thinking. Do not correct it. Do not suppress it. Do not say, it's too hard. Just watch it now this morning. So that's his advice on sort of how to approach noticing and observing. And beyond the simplicity, what I really appreciate about the advice is that it gets at two really important sort of qualities to the art of attending. There's the what and there's the how you attend to it, right? So the what is really kind of more about the elements and the details that are in the picture and the experience. And then the how is more in the approach to what you're uncovering about these things. So for example, the quality of being non-judgmental in terms of your evaluation and much more accepting, right? Curious even. Expecting change brings stability. What about this statement? What initial reaction has come up for you here? What's a quality you would use to describe that reaction? What else is present here for you that you might not have already observed? And I am noticing the chat, by the way, so thank you for those of you sharing. For those of you who noted, contrast or opposing elements, how might the combination of these ideas create a new possibility? So wherever you are, again, in whichever way you prefer, just notice these things and note them. Now, mindfulness and, as a contemplative practice, it definitely stretches back centuries. It has a very rich history and early rooting in Hindu and Buddhist philosophy. It's really only been sort of in the last half century or so that researchers and practitioners from around the world have increasingly adopted and adapted it and studied its effects on health and well-being. And as you'll soon see, different people will sort of characterize mindfulness in different ways, depending on their own approaches, philosophical beliefs, and even theoretical orientation. But across these different sort of adaptations and approaches, there is one fundamental sort of component that cuts across all of these, and that's the element of attention. Attention is a core component and sort of fundamental building block of mindfulness. Meaning, through mindfulness and meditative practices, one is training their attention, one is sort of shaping and reshaping their attention, thinking about, where and how they're directing and redirecting their attention. And that process is really what can help us start to undo that tunnel visioning, that narrowing, that sort of bias generation that I'd mentioned before that tends to be caused by experiences like stress that are much more narrowing. According to Ellen Langer, whose work on mindfulness actually emphasizes much more attending to variability, training our attention by focusing on those elements that are changing as opposed to sort of those that are stable provides valuable insights that can help really re-expand our perspective. And, for those of you familiar with sort of more of John Kabat-Zinn's work, he importantly notes paying attention can even sometimes be inspiring and energy begetting in kind of the least likely of places, such as the case of, when one attends to something like boredom. So there's an extensive amount of research in the area on the topic of mindfulness, right? Like I mentioned before, over half a century's worth has been done and continues to be done on the topic. There's a lot that we know, and the exciting pieces, there's a lot that's yet to be uncovered. In the spirit of sharing some of that research, there's a wonderful paper and a fairly recent one from 2021 that actually tracked trends in published mindfulness research over the past 65 years. So you looking at bibliometrics, and you can see that the research coverage on the topic has just continued to grow exponentially, which is pretty exciting. And in terms of what we do know, or some of the things that we know from this body of work, our mind wanders a lot, right? In a really interesting large-scale study from 2020 by Kingsworth and Gilbert, they found that about half of our waking day is spent not in a present state. So essentially the state that's called mind wandering, right? Where we're not thinking about sort of like a task at hand. So more specifically, they found that, during half of our waking day, we're thinking about things other than what we're doing. And so this type of sort of unguided mind wandering is also correlated with unhappiness and sort of poor outcomes, which is kind of, surprising and alarming to think about, right? Like, who would have thought that, just some casual daydreaming had negative effects? Well, when they did some subsequent work, they also found that part of that is related to the fact that humans have a tendency to think about the negative, right? And if we went back to sort of our evolutionary heritage, some of that has some survival advantages, right? We want to be able to scan our environments and detect threat to respond to it. But for a lot of individuals engaging in mind wandering, when the mind is left unguided, it tends to wander towards negative thoughts. And it can get stuck in these cycles of rumination. So something to kind of think about. An additional sort of analysis that they did was they found that commuters sort of stuck in traffic, who instead of allowing their minds to wander, instead really focused on the act of being stuck in traffic, they actually were happier. So hopefully this can perhaps shift your perspective a little bit, maybe the next time you're stuck in traffic, and rather than maybe yelling expletives or tuning out, think of that as an opportunity to focus on something in a bit more of an expansive way, and let that be a source of meditation. To feel expansive, risk being wrong. What kinds of thoughts are going through your head right now? What emotions perhaps come up for you when you think about feeling expansive? How about the emotions that come up for you when you think about the risk of being wrong? Where in your body do the felt sensations exist? Do they exist in different places? Do they exist in the same place? Wherever you are, notice and note those things. Mindfulness is a quality of awareness that, a person can develop through attention training. Meditation is the more formal practice of attention training that, one can ground themselves around through, say, an object of focus. I bring that up because it's often a question that people have in terms of what's the distinction between mindfulness and meditation. By that definition, though, there can be many different types of practices that are considered meditations or that are meditative by nature, right? And that can sort of help with cultivating mindfulness and sort of its associated positive outcomes. And when you zoom in a little bit more into sort of the act of attending, they're going to be, those two dimensions that I mentioned before, right? So there's the what, and then there's the how. So what being those elements that you're attending to. So things like physical objects, feelings, thoughts, emotions, reactions, sensations. And then there's the how you are approaching to them. So, accepting them as they are without judgment. There are going to be elements or events that occur, and then there are going to be the reactions that you have to those. So you can start to practice this, either with experiences that are happening outside in the world as well as within you. I tend to find, that the best way to start to build this muscle or this quality is by starting with something really simple. And so, the recommendation for most people usually is the breath, right? It's something most easily accessible to all of us and that we do all of the time. When we're stressed or when we perceive, threat, this activates the body's sympathetic nervous system. So a little bit of, Bio 101 real quick. So this is the fight or flight system that essentially prepares your body for either warding off, potential threat or sort of to, GTFO. As part of this process, the body will send, oxygen to your extremities to, enable you to, for example, flee. However, because the oxygen has now sort of been redirected to those extremities, it also means there's less oxygen kind of being sent to the more thinking parts of your brain, the parts of your brain involved with like executive functions, like the prefrontal cortex. So it can make it really difficult for you to think clearly. It means you're more prone to bias, more prone to errors. Well, when we engage in sort of deep breathing, this automatically activates a different part of your brain, the parasympathetic nervous system. This sends a signal kind of to the part of your brain that can tell the anxious parts that everything is okay, right? This will send and redirect oxygen to the brain, which enables, thinking. Research finds that about 6 breaths per minute is the sweet spot. So specifically, like 6 exhalations is the rate at which, you can reliably activate the body's relaxation response. So, we can credit this finding to Herb Benson. The relaxation response is really kind of where the body can naturally calm down. So hormone levels, cortisol, adrenaline will decrease, blood pressure decreases, heart rate decreases. And so controlled breathing techniques like box breathing, which you're seeing here in the example, can be really effective coping strategies you can use to reduce stress and anxiety symptoms at any moment. And there are 4 steps to box breathing. You can breathe in through the nose for 4 counts. Hold your breath for 4 counts. Exhale for 4 counts. And then you want to repeat that cycle. Over time, to kind of turn it into more of like a personal practice, you can decide that maybe you want to hold for longer breath counts, or that you really want to kind of extend from a box shape by lengthening the out breaths. So there's attending to the breath as one object of focus in your meditative practice that you could experiment with, but you could also attend to the body. So another popular sort of exercise, for practitioners of mindfulness is called the body scan. And this really requires very little in terms of props or tools. So in that way, it's also relatively accessible because it just involves your body. A typical body scan runs through each part of your body, so paying special attention to the way that each area feels. So, the scan will usually move systematically through the body, starting at the base, so from your feet, and then, or the lowest part, and then moving upwards, towards the head or the face. We can also attend to variability, and this is an important one, right? As I mentioned before, when we were talking about the mindless mind and its rigidity, mindlessness holds things still, right? And it creates an illusion of stability. By attending to the more subtle fluctuations in how, for example, we feel, we can counter this. So, paying attention to variability of our physical sensations or of our internal mental state, we can start to allow a view of ourselves that's much more changing, or that's capable of changing. We can start to view our lives as much more capable of changing, right? We can see our lives as a series of independent states rather than as like one single unfolding, experience that's predetermined and also beyond our control. This realization too that life isn't one single continuous experience, but rather it's a series of moments and a series of decisions can also really help with fueling motivation and courage, right? To make choices, to feel much more agentic, and that can help impact the next moment. I also think it can allow us to, view a currently difficult situation as something susceptible to our own influence. So that's important, particularly, in light of current events today, but just as something to keep in our back pocket for the future and the subsequent moments that we experience. This bias that we have as humans towards wanting to find coherence, to find stability, it not only impacts how we view ourselves, but particularly in the context of our work, right? As researchers, this can also seep into, how we understand the information that we're getting about say other people, or generally about the phenomena that we're looking at. You can attend to the narrative, right? And importantly, you can always flip the script. So there's a lot of power in language, which I think many of us know, but the language we use to describe our experiences is powerful. And we should be careful of that narrative and of the labels we use, particularly to describe ourselves, but even to describe the experiences that we're observing. Our identities, right, our experiences, they have a way of crystallizing around the terms we give them. For example, if I say, I am sad or I am stressed, right? Well, then my identity becomes fused with that expression. I become the sadness, I become the stress. Instead, if I say, I am experiencing a moment of stress, or I am experiencing a moment that lacks happiness, it creates a little bit more space between myself and say the emotion. And then it makes it easier for me to be a person that's experiencing sadness passing through me and then passing through time. It's much more transient. We can attend to movement. And for me personally, this was actually one of my entry points into mindfulness meditation. Traditional mindfulness practices, are often done sitting, but that's not required to receive the benefits of those practices, right? So stated differently, absolute stillness is not a requirement for attending. Or for self-understanding. Moving meditation can be a great entry point into the practice, especially for people who are perhaps more kinesthetically inclined. Body postures or asanas, or for example, think yoga, are another popular modality for the practice of training attention. In fact, the research finds that, again, in the spirit of not just where we place our attention, but how, research has found that when people engage in, say, physical activity, but with their attention placed on what's happening in the moment, such as on the muscle groups that are being activated, or the physical sensations that they're experiencing, or the positive emotions from the activity that are being elicited, it actually augments the experience, it augments their performance, it increases their motivation to engage in the activities again. So that's something to consider, and maybe kind of like a pro tip for anyone that is either already avidly engaging in physical activity or is seeking to add physical activity to sort of their behavioral repertoire, in terms of taking a mindful approach to it can actually help make it stick. And finally, we can attend to others, right? We can attend to each other. Sometimes focusing on others is also a valuable and effective way that we can expand our perspective, and it has many benefits to our well-being. So, in more compassion-based approaches like loving kindness, instead of focusing on the breath, the object of focus then becomes other people. It becomes the image or the idea of different people. So this can include both people that one knows or doesn't know. Importantly, usually it's also thinking beyond just the what, but it's also thinking about individuals that one likes or doesn't like. Right. So part of the practice, is around directing your well wishes and your goodwill, obviously first to yourself, but then kind of like as a ripple effect towards others. And this can help with sort of letting go of negative emotions and thoughts, but also, the ripple effect can help dissipate difficult experiences kind of through diffusion. We can either be imperfectly mindful or perfectly mindless. Explore this statement. What's interesting here? What is there for you to learn in this particular space? Does this particular space have a shape when you think about it? Does this elicit a particular feeling for you? note those. So, again, this has been kind of an ongoing, evolving conversation, but as you hopefully have experienced or been experiencing, there's lots of different ways that you can direct and redirect your attention. Practicing mindfulness on a regular basis is associated with a variety of positive outcomes. But more importantly, practicing mindfulness on a regular basis has preventative benefits, right? Meaning that incorporating it as part of sort of a regular day-to-day routine can really help buffer against stress before it gets much bigger. And before, the kind of slew of associated string of events that follow it also get much bigger. Another really interesting thing too about mindfulness that I tried to hint at earlier was that most people don't realize is that because of its ability to improve attention and much more sort of self-regulatory functions, it also facilitates the adoption of other behaviors, right? So in other words, it also makes it easier to learn new things or to pick up new skills, such as in the case of, for example, if someone wants to add physical activity to their behavioral repertoire. My hope is, that if you haven't already, and applying some of these practices, or at least just kind of being open to exploring them sort of in the moment, you'll come to find that perhaps, over time, you will start to look at problems in a different way, perhaps in a less biased way. Perhaps you will be better at tolerating or even embracing, seemingly opposing ideas, right, or competing perspectives. As we know, those types of things and situations inevitably come up a lot in the context of our work. I think learning how to meet stress where it's at and to turn toward it and to note it as opposed to turning away from it is one of the greatest acts of self-care that you can adopt. We talked about the breath. The breath is really powerful. And one of the most accessible ways to start and to return to building that quality. It's something that's always at your disposal that you can rely on to kind of bring you back to equilibrium, right? Wherever you are, whenever you need to, you could just pause and breathe. And literally by design, deep breaths will guide you back to neutrality. And then from there, wherever you go is kind of up to where you direct your attention next. So that's kind of the beauty of this art of attending. And my hope is that you will consider sort of adding it into your toolkit and expanding from there. And thank you.
Thank you, Christelle. We have a few questions. You want to do a little Q&A?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I can jump in to help. All right, so with the current market situation, can you also talk about handling being affected by a layoff, in the context of mindfulness?
Yes, absolutely. It's something, I myself have been thinking a lot about. There's several elements to it. What I would say is one of the benefits and sort of superpowers of taking a mindful approach or of cultivating mindfulness is being able to start to approach situations in a much more sort of not necessarily I wouldn't use the word disengaged, but there are terminology sometimes that use that word, and it's not synonymous in the ways that I think colloquially we would use it, but it's approaching situations in a way where one is not defined by the reactions that they're having to them. So I think I alluded to this earlier when I was talking about kind of attending to how we even think about the narratives that are going through our minds. Or the labels that we use to define ourselves. So when I think about the context of, say, layoffs, the first thing that comes to mind is even like identities. So, I was mindful when talking about research. When I think about research or researchers, I'm actually thinking about that in the broader sense, not just in the sense of like professions. We're all researchers in a sense, regardless of whether we are professionally researchers tied to a particular company within a particular role, right? As humans, we naturally are information gatherers, information seekers. So by that definition, we are all researchers. And I think it's important when starting to cultivate a much more mindful approach where one sort of expands beyond their role, it allows them to have sort of a bit of that separation where they're not defined by a particular role, defined by a particular situation. It allows them a little bit more space where ideally events won't be as impactful for them. So that would sort of be my recommendation.
Mm-hmm. Like I am a researcher, but not only a researcher, whether I have a job as a researcher or I don't.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, thanks. We have another one. How do you maintain a sense of open-mindedness and listening ear while also being direct, confident, and thoughtful, sharing opinions?
Yeah, that's a great question. I actually think so. I wanted to allow the space through these like inserted reflective exercises for people to sort of, have the flexibility to use them as they would like, because it's going to be a different kind of experience for everyone. But the goal with those was to start to also shed some light around the nature of paradox holding. And so I think the more we can practice paradox holding, the more we can actually navigate those types of scenarios that you're describing, where they're going to be different perspectives, they're going to be different factors that we want to be juggling, and paradoxes tend to be kind of the trickiest ones, right? How can you hold sort of very opposing ideas, and sometimes they are in conflict at the same time? And I think practicing that over time, either literally through statements and reflecting upon, how you can embrace them, is one way that one can actually build and cultivate the sort of the ability to tolerate them.
I think I saw that as the definition of genius somewhere, like being able to hold contradictory ideas in your head at the same time without sort of like exploding, right? Yeah. Any books or podcasts you could recommend?
Oh, a fair amount, and definitely, the team. I will forward them to the team to forward to everyone. I'm not sure if there's a particular kind of subtopic within kind of the broader mindfulness meditation area that you're interested in recommendations about, but
Yeah, if this is
that's
your
a pretty
question.
broad.
Yeah, this is from Megan. If this is you, if you want to chat in more details, we can speak to that. But otherwise, I guess keep it general around mindfulness. So general.
Just around mindfulness. That is a very tough question for me to respond to.
Were there any that you read when you were early in your journey?
That's a great question.
Or recent?
Our recent, yeah. Trying to think most recently. So Ted Chiang has a book called Exhalations. It's actually, I'm considering it actually a mindfulness meditation book, but it's fiction and it's sci-fi. But it is a book of different, yes, yeah. It's a book of different short stories, and they explore like these different existential themes. And they also, at least my approach to reading it, feels as though the existential themes are also prompting a lot of reflection for the reader. And to me, I almost consider it like a mindfulness and meditation book. So for anyone interested in fiction and sci-fi, that's a great book.
So what was the name of it again?
It's called Exhalation.
Oh yes, I've read some.
Yes, yeah.
That's very good. All right, cool. We'll put that in our resources as a follow-up, for sure. Any other questions? Lots of chat, lots of this was really useful and great. Can you give me more specific examples of how personally might attend to variability in a given workday?
Oh, great question. So in the context of the workday as it relates to self, because that was really what I was also trying to emphasize, as it relates to self, the attending to variability there is, there is a tendency to assume stability, in terms of, our experience of ourself, that today, I am the same person today that I'll be tomorrow, that everything about my internal states today are going to be the same as tomorrow. So, the practice of attending to variability might look like thinking about or really focusing on how my moods are shifting, uh, even every hour could be a way to start, before even getting more granular. But the fact that my moods shift every hour, it could be, based on my moods, it could be shaped based on my body sensations, it could be based on my actions, but it's really trying to just shift that bias related to the perception of stability or the assumption of stability, to start to see myself as changing day by day.
Great. Got another one here that came in through the chat. How can we help our users in their buying journey to make decisions to lower their anxiety?
Very broad question. That is the nature of my work.
Right.
Yeah, that is the nature of my work. A topic that I love to talk about. I think a lot of it, I think I prefaced this too at the very beginning of our broader conversation, which is, I see a lot of my role, and what I love about my role is it's really rooted in leveraging research and science to understand the barriers that get in the way for people from getting from, where they are to where they'd like to be. And so, different people are going to be at different points in their journey towards reducing their stress. And so, because, we're all different, we all have unique variabilities, which is another important point of why we want to tend to those variabilities. And so I'd say the first step is understanding the different barriers that different people are facing, that are getting in the way for them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Great. All right. Whoops. Plus. Yes. Great. This was wonderful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
And likewise.
Yeah. And hope to stay in touch. This is great.
Yes, likewise. And thank you all.
All right. All right. So we have a little time before our next panel. So we're going to play some music and do some polls and get that panel started in about 15 minutes. So those should be coming up here in just a second. Hello, hello. Hi, Frederick. How you doing?
Oh, good. How are you?
Good, good. Hi, everybody. We are back and we are ready for our first panel. We're going to be talking about imposter syndrome. And we've got Frederick here who is leading and moderating the panel. So I'll do a quick intro and then I think you're going to introduce the rest of the panel. So Frederick, you're originally from Chicago. I went to college there. My husband's
Oh,
from
very
there.
cool.
Yeah. UX designer and special education teacher's aide, 15 years of web design and front-end development experience. You have a BFA in graphic design from University of Illinois, Champaign-Urbana. You've worked in finance, educational toys, multimedia, e-commerce, and education. And you have, let's see, you lived in Croatia for 6 months.
I did.
And you also shared with us that you have experienced imposter syndrome yourself.
I have indeed.
So you know of which you speak. And you experienced that in particular, you mentioned when you were a digital designer for VTech, and kind of questioning design skills, and particularly with your adult diagnosis of ADHD, and would people sort of find out about this, and would this add to the imposter syndrome? So thank you so much for sharing that and for moderating our panel today. I think this will be highly relatable to a lot of folks.
Yeah, so happy to be doing this. So thank you.
Yeah, so I'll hop off, and if our panel wants to hop on, we'll be all set. Okay.
Okay, thanks so much. Yeah, a little bit more about my imposter syndrome experience. Like I got this. I took some time out to take care of my sick mother. She had Alzheimer's. So I was out of the design world for a long time before switching into UX, and I got this digital designer gig at VTech Kids Leapfrog. I loved the job, but like as I got into it, I was like, oh my God, I have not just done any design work in years, and they're gonna find out I haven't done any design work in years, and they're gonna get fired. And I had just gotten my ADHD diagnosis also. I was like, they're gonna find out I have ADHD and they're gonna fire me. So I constantly just had this impending doom feeling that I was, I was gonna get found out, I was a fraud, I really didn't know, as much as, I had, almost been in design for 20 years. I thought I worked at a lot of places, definitely knew my stuff, but was still, terrified. So that was kind of my little bit of my imposter syndrome experience. So I will now introduce the rest of the panel. So first I will introduce Nikki Anderson. So Nikki has been a user researcher for about 9 years, both in large companies and small startups. And now she coaches user researchers to be more confident in their skills and up level in their careers. She got into user research, like a lot of people, in a kind of weird, indirect way. She's struggled with imposter syndrome, like a lot of us have. She said she made a lot of fear-based decisions in life, in her career, that she might be found out, that she might be discovered, this kind of fraud feeling. Then she started writing about how she felt and realized how important it is to have these conversations and be vulnerable when it comes to the topic of imposter syndrome. So so we don't feel alone. So we're all in this together. She lives on a small island called Jersey, the real Jersey, not New Jersey, in the UK, and it's only 9 by 5 miles. And a little fun fact about her: her favorite Pokemon is Charmander. So thank you, Nikki.
Thank you so much, Frederick. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and then we will be introducing Tiffany. So Tiffany Eaton is an interaction designer at Google who leads design across all GBC, which is business communication products for developers. Tiffany shares experiences in tech on the side by keeping a blog where she writes about her growth as a designer, her own experience with imposter syndrome that she says she's felt many, many times over her career, professionally and personally. Through her writing, Tiffany likes to convey that it's okay to be vulnerable and that everyone is just trying to figure it out, just like Nikki said. One of my favorite kind of new sayings is strength through vulnerability. Tiffany is passionate about helping junior designers break into the field and does mentoring and counseling on the side. So thank you very much, Tiffany.
Thank you, Frederick. It's nice to be here.
Yeah, so my first question is going to kick off with Nikki. And so, Nikki, what's your own personal definition of imposter syndrome, so everyone knows what we're talking about?
Okay, yeah. First off, thank you again, Frederick, for that introduction. And I'm so super excited to be here and to be talking about this topic in particular, because it is so important to be open about this stuff. So in full transparency, no matter how many times I do conferences like this, the 3 minutes before, and as I'm speaking right now, I can feel imposter syndrome, right? So to me, that's this like fluttery feeling, kind of what Frederick was saying earlier, of like, somebody's going to find out that all these people registered for this conference to listen to me speak about imposter syndrome, and I don't even know anything about imposter syndrome, and I'm a fraud. So essentially, that's how I kind of define it, is this overwhelming feeling of thinking that you are not good enough and valuable enough in whatever role you are doing, like whatever you are trying to do. It's obviously outside of work as well. And constantly having this constant fear and anxiety that somebody will turn around and say, you really don't know what you're talking about, do you? Right. So for me, that's how I kind of define imposter syndrome, is this like persistent fear that you're going to be exposed, and trying to like get ahead of that fear. And yeah, so that's my fun definition of imposter syndrome.
And Nikki, you're super successful, but despite all your success throughout your life and all the, you've started all these great initiatives, all this user research, and you still keep on feeling it, even though you're pretty advanced in your career, right?
Yeah, I would say something that I think is a misconception within the kind of concept of imposter syndrome is that it goes away. But I think that quite honestly, imposter syndrome is more like on this spectrum, right? Of you can feel it kind of lightly and you can be okay with it, and you can kind of like accept that there's always this kind of worry, right? Or you can feel it, you can have this like super severe fear of imposter syndrome. To me, I don't think it ever goes away. Kind of Devin said this earlier in the chat of like, how like it's like I would love to meet the person that doesn't feel it, and I would love to meet the person that's like overcome imposter syndrome, because I don't think that we should struggle against it. I think it's about conversations like this, about being open about it and transparent about it, so that we all just understand that it's normal.
So do you think it's a new phenomenon, because it's kind of just a recent kind of concept the last few years, or do you think it's been as old as time, as people have been working?
I think it says, you know what? I think cave people were feeling the same thing. I'm not going to lie. Like, I don't know. I am not a historian. My husband is probably like laughing because he knows he's like a history person and he knows I know nothing about history. So big generalization and assumptions there. But like, I truly think that this is something that we have felt forever. And imposter syndrome in a small amount, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. And I think that there's some reframing we can do when it comes to imposter syndrome, and rather looking at it through this like motivational lens and this drive to be better. But I think that first we need to unpack this negative connotation of imposter syndrome and the negative effects that can come of it before we can maybe look at it in a more positive light. But for me, I mean, I had imposter syndrome when I was playing dodgeball as a kid, right? Like, I mean, like I feel like I used to go to art class and I would just be like, I'm so bad at art. Like, why do people let me go to art class? And so I think it's something that's prevalent everywhere and has been around forever. And I just don't think it's going to go away.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you. I think I've studied a lot of like cognitive behavioral therapy, over the years, and one of the cognitive distortions they talk about, like emotional reasoning, like we think we're authority, we believe our thoughts, right? So we think like, okay, I'm a fraud, well, I must be a fraud since my brain is telling me I'm a fraud, right? Even though there's all this empirical evidence showing I'm not a fraud, right? I got all these bona fides, I got my degree, I'm a success, but I keep on feeling it because my brain keeps on telling me I'm a fraud.
Yes, it's so unbelievable how we can take all of the facts that are in front of us and kind of be like, well, delete.
Yep.
This is less important than that one thought that woke me up at 3 a.m. about this presentation that I did and how I mispronounced this one word and people kind of giggled, and therefore I can't do anything, right? So yeah, completely, that vibe is real.
Yes, yeah. So so I want to hear about Tiffany's experience with imposter syndrome. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about that, Tiffany?
Yeah, I mean, I resonate a lot with Nikki's points. I feel like it's just always a feeling that you sort of have. It just kind of comes and goes. It, like, depending on the situation, there's like different types of imposter syndrome that you might feel. I feel like from my personal experience, I always felt like regardless of like all the like achievements that I might have accomplished over time, or I also like, the more things that I would do, the more milestones, whether it was personal or work that I had reached, I thought that that feeling of feeling like an imposter would go away, but I feel like the more stuff that you just maybe end up doing, it just like the feeling is like always there, and sometimes it like will be a lot more amplified than in other situations. So I feel like it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't matter necessarily like everything that you end up doing. I feel like it's that, like, at least for me, it's always there, but there are definitely some times where I feel it more than others. So I feel like when I first started out, since Google was my first job, I feel like that like first year I felt even more like an imposter, especially hearing where other folks went to school, what their previous job experiences were. It made me feel like I like cheated my way to, through the process, and just like, where getting to where I was, and that I just wasn't good enough compared to everyone else around me. And then I also feel like when it's your first job, it's that I feel like that is the hardest part, just because you probably haven't had too much time to really, experience other things and just like really put your skills into use. Um, so I felt like that also contributed a lot to how I was feeling at the time. And then that on top of of comparing myself to other people, I just felt like I needed to be perfect in everything I did, that I couldn't make mistakes, that I had to know what I was doing, just given the position that I was in, and just being around all these other really high achieving people. And also if there were like specific projects where I had never really worked on that type of product, or if I had to like utilize different skills that maybe I haven't really had too much experience prior to the job, that also made me feel like an imposter, more of like in the work sense. But I feel like over time, the more experience that I have gained, the more projects that I've worked on with other folks, just like even talking and working with those people, I feel like I feel a lot more confident in like the work that I do, and that I'm fully capable of doing what it is, or all the stuff that I've been doing. It's just that sometimes when it's like maybe something new or unfamiliar, I feel like that's where the imposter syndrome can really kick in. And also just when you compare yourself to other people, I think that's where for me it really flares up.
I think that's like one of the biggest traps that we all fall in, because there's so many ways to get into user UX and user research, and you can come from this way and this way, or you can get from a degree, a boot camp, or this or that. So perfectionism seems to be a big part of imposter syndrome, like you mentioned. And so how is that pressure, like Google's like that big, that's like the big prize of so many tech workers and UX design. How is that Google pressure added to your imposter syndrome, you think?
I feel like it just comes down to the fact that everyone is just very much high achieving. Everyone who goes in is just really smart at what they do. And I feel like a lot of pros is that there's like a lot of good synergy. When you work with other folks, everyone's more than happy to help. Everyone is more than happy, like I can reach out to someone that's not on my team and we can just end up having like a conversation together. But I feel like on the other end, if you're just so focused on like what other people might be thinking of you, and also kind of like these like long list of expectations that you might like have, or like, for every, I guess, company, there might be a job ladder, and then you like kind of see all the different responsibilities that are expected of you. Like that in itself can be really daunting. And I feel like one of the things that has helped me, which I feel like we'll be covering later on in the panel, is just like breaking things apart and just not like trying to take in everything at once. So like one example is that like there might be like one of the skills that I really want to improve on is just being able to take or have more influence, or just like have a little more of like broader responsibilities when it comes to thinking more of the strategy of where like the product that I'm working on with folks is going to go. And what a lot of that work entails is like hosting workshops, gathering folks together, maybe maybe taking something that's like really nebulous and turning it into something that's a lot more tangible. Like there's maybe like a project that we like want to be able to pitch to the broader leadership team. And that's like a really big skill. And that's not something that like, for me personally, I'm going to get there anywhere overnight. So what I've kind of learned to like kind of approach that specific skill, even though like for me, there's certainly times where I'm just like, man, this like feels like super daunting, is just to like take it easy. And there might be some days where I might not make as much progress as the other days, but that's totally okay, because I do have that general milestone or that goal to kind of help keep me grounded, so that I know that eventually I'll get there. Just kind of also reflecting and looking back to the previous like milestones that I have accomplished and set, and this is just one of those. It's just something that looks a little different than the other ones.
I love hearing you explain how you feel about that, Tiffany, because so much of it does kind of overlap with ADHD, and because one of our biggest symptoms is procrastination. And what's the old saying, how do you eat an elephant whole? One bite at a time, right? So like chunking, breaking things, because it seems so overwhelming. It's like, oh my God, like this is massive. So
Yeah.
I kind of like how you talked about how, breaking things down into the steps, and just like the overwhelm. I know that kind of like can freeze us in our tracks from moving forward or taking action on something.
Yeah, because I feel like that's where the imposter syndrome feelings really kind of start to like come in. It's just because we really want to like get to like a certain place, but then because there's like because either the thing itself is just super big, it's just like, oh my gosh, are we ever going to get there? And that's where it's like, oh no, I don't know if I can do it. Or it's like, oh no, what if someone figures out that like I'm not able to like do this thing?
And I kind of feel like no matter like junior, mid-level, senior, there's always some on-the-job learning, right? Like every job, you got to learn the culture, you got to learn how people's working styles. Like not everyone, like we didn't come out of the womb knowing everything, right? So it's kind of like giving ourselves a little bit of grace. And we make mistakes, people make mistakes, from the highest level down to junior level, everyone makes mistakes, and like trying to give ourselves a little grace about that.
Yes, I absolutely agree.
So Nikki, I want to come back to you and talk about, and we've been discussing how like, no matter how far we've gotten on all of our accomplishments, this feeling doesn't really go away. So how has imposter syndrome evolved in your career from the beginning out until to now? Has it changed? Has it different feelings? Does it hit in different ways for you?
Yeah, it's a really great question, because I feel like imposter syndrome has stayed the same, but my relationship with it has evolved over the years. When I started as a user researcher, I literally second guessed everything to the point where I think I spent more time on Googling answers to like, what's a persona? What's a customer journey map? How do I make these things? Like I spent more time researching user research than I did performing user research because I just doubted myself at every single step. And it was so anxiety provoking because anytime somebody asked me a question, I got so frozen and paralyzed by that I could not answer. So I did learn a really great lesson of saying things like, I'll get back to you later, you know? So that was at least a really great lesson that came out of it. Give yourself the space to think about things if you need to. But as my career went on, and kind of what Tiffany was saying is, as you progress in your career, different things come up, right? So you're learning different skills as a junior, as a mid-level, as a senior, as a lead, as a manager, as a freelancer, as a consultant. Like all of these things are different and they require slightly different skills. So I think that, again, like imposter syndrome doesn't necessarily go away. You just kind of find like new things to get nervous about. So it's like, oh yeah, like I'm awesome. I will say the one thing in user research that I am great at this is generative research interviews. Like, that's my thing. I have no doubt in my mind that I am great at generative research interviews. Surveys? Yeah. You know, I've been doing them for years, but like, I'm still not, I still don't feel like 100% confident. And I think that one thing that we don't do enough in this field is realize the fact that we are specialists, and we are even sometimes specialists within our specialty. And it is okay to ask for help from other people. So for a really long time, I hid behind my fear of not being perfect, not having the answer, not knowing something. And so I would go and research like data analytics that I am never going to learn in the span of the hours that I spent, right? When I could have just asked somebody. I could have just gone to my data analytics partner and said, like, can you please explain this to me? And so I think that as like throughout my career, what I realized is it's okay to not know things, but it's also okay to ask for help, right? So I still feel that way, but now it's like an acceptance. And it's like, you know what, if I screw up, I screw up. So that's kind of how it's evolved, yeah.
Do you think like the asking for help might expose you, that like, oh my God, I don't, like if I ask for help, they're gonna know I don't know anything, right? Is that part of the fear or no?
Yeah, it used to be. So I used to be too scared to ask for help. I remember, I was doing personas, and it was like some of the first personas that I had done. And I wanted them, I'm a perfectionist as well. I'm a recovering perfectionist. And I wanted them to be perfect. And I spent, hours and hours and hours, and I would just like circled in my brain about making them perfect. And when I showed them to everybody, people were like, yeah, they're fine, but what about this? What about that? And I was like, I have spent hours on this and you still have questions. Whereas like if I had shown them in a more rough draft and kind of been like, what do you think? You know, and kind of asked for feedback and asked for help along the way, everybody would have been happier, because then everybody would have gotten the outcome that they were looking for and expecting. And like, I will be like completely honest right now, if I'm working in an environment in which if I ask for help, that indicates that I am weak or bad, I do not want to be in that environment, because you will never learn anything within that. That's like a really, really terrible environment, to be honest, because yeah, we should normalize asking for help. It should be okay to not know everything. As you said, we aren't born with this knowledge. We're all humans. So I think definitely like normalizing, like it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to not know things. And if you're in an environment in which that's not okay, then that's something else to think about.
Yeah, totally. I totally empathize with that feeling. So since it sounds like this running theme of perfectionism between me, you, and Tiffany seems to be running through imposter syndrome. So Tiffany, so I don't know if the gods or whatever it is, I've been laid off 4 times in 23 years. So Tiffany, when a real life failure butts up against imposter syndrome, how do you feel about that? Because like I let my layoffs just crater my self-esteem for a very long time. So that's kind of like, so like missing a deadline or not getting expected promotion, or kind of like Nikki said, like, well, you know, your personas are good, but you could have done XYZ. So how, you know, what are your thoughts about that, Tiffany?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's one of those things where it's just really easy to just ask all these questions about what happened. Was it me just taking it really personally? And I mean, one experience that I had about this was just when it was like around promotions. So during the height of the pandemic, I think it was sometime in 2020. At that time, I was like, I still had a job, but I mean, I was questioning my job security at the time, but also whether or not I would get promoted. So uh, I had worked really hard for the past few quarters. I secured solid ratings, and I just generally launched some really awesome work that I feel super proud of. But then when when the company announced that they weren't doing any promotions in 2020, like I just felt like I was really devastated. Like did all the work that I ended up doing and also just having to compile this like packet, because at Google we have this whole process of where essentially we had to like compile and like advocate like all of our like our impact, all of our achievements and successes, and a lot of it's just based on the work that you did like for the past few quarters before you like, go up for promotion. So it's like you don't want to like present work that maybe like was from a long time ago. So it's just like, oh my gosh, does that mean like I literally just have to like figure out like another, like how am I going to get promoted if like a lot of this other work might not mean anything for like the next cycle or whatever. And also just working remotely where I was so used to working in person prior was just like hard enough. It just like everything just like felt really debilitating in that it was just like, well, like nothing is really like working. It almost feels like it's the end of the world just because like job stuff is like at a pause, and also just like the world is like just like super crazy, like going like you just can't even go out. So during that time, what I ended up really doing was just like not really focusing too much on work. So I just pretty much did the minimum amount of work, just like, whatever I needed to do, but not like going above and beyond, maybe compared to some of the other stuff that I was doing in the past, and just using majority of the time to just focus on myself. So I feel like disconnecting myself from work really allowed me to focus on life things that I hadn't really had time to do, just because the first few years was dedicated to work, and I felt like I was just really like tying my identity to the work that I was doing and to my job. And so I feel like it helps to focus on your own hobbies and interests, things that like were really exciting to me, like, going back to like to drawing, also like doing yoga, like things that I hadn't really had time to do because I just put that off all just to like, for the work. And I feel like those aspects of your life, just like at least my life, helped me disconnect from the feelings of feeling like an imposter or feeling like I had failed. Because a lot of those feelings of being an imposter, at least for me, stem into kind of the responsibilities and expectations that I personally feel are so heavily projected onto me. But I feel like in reality, they're just kind of words or sometimes what people say, because it all is like connected to like this like bigger sort of system of like, here's what you should do in order to output the most amount of work. Um, and so that was just like kind of a wake up call for me to just be like I just can't like, keep going in this way of like just feeling like I always have to grind, or feeling like I have to like, put like more than 100% into this work. In reality, it's just like, you know, another job. There's a lot of stuff that's like, outside of work. And just taking a breather and just like reminding myself throughout that period that I'm just not defined by my job, but I'm just defined by like, like who I am, like my values, what I like to do. And then also just leaning onto my friends and family for support just made me really thankful and also made me realize how hard I worked to get to where I am. And that's something that I can continue to do, whether I am at Google or I'm not at Google, it doesn't really matter.
Uh, yeah, I kind of love what you said, because in Western society, we just, our work is our identity. So in so many ways, like when you go to a party, what's the first thing you ask somebody? Like, what do you do? What do you do for work? Right? It's just like, oh, why don't you ask me what my hobby is? Why don't you ask me what my favorite movie is? It's just like, it's like, so I like what you said about like, we're multifaceted people, and UX research or UX design, that's part of our lives, but there's so many other things that are also part of it. Like you said, your yoga, your family, the movies, the entertainment, the music we like. So any other advice on how, not letting imposter, like, not letting work define you? Because that's what I did. That's why and then part of it is like ADHD. A lot of us with ADHD, we have something called rejection sensitive dysphoria. So like when something, we take rejection way harder than like, a neurotypical person would, because they say by the time you're 12 years old, an ADHD, a child has heard like some 20,000 more negative messages than their peers. So what are some other you've given like family, yoga, anything else that you suggest?
What else?
Or
I
taking
mean,
time, like having a life outside of design?
yeah. I mean, I feel like it really helps to just take the time to just like, talk to some folks, like either folks that are in a similar situation. I mean, I feel like that is the most helpful just so, just to kind of like feel it out. And I think talking just kind of helps you like, collect yourself and just everything that's going on because it can be really overwhelming to just like have all of that go in your head. And I feel like that's where you end up being a lot harder on yourself because like there's just like it's like kind of all in your it's like kind of all the things that you're thinking about in your head. But when like, you maybe talk to someone and like, like I feel like that's when, maybe like the situation is like, oh, I didn't think of it in that way, especially if someone from the outside is maybe like looking at the situation. And it's not like they're necessarily downplaying it or anything. It's just being able to have like another person to kind of talk to and just be there for support to just and for you to just like talk it out. I feel like just like you just kind of come out with like a clearer head, especially like if you do talk to more people, or that's something that is really helpful to me. Like if there's like any like if there's like a situation where I just like feel really terrible, it really helps for me to talk to more folks or people I feel comfortable with, because I feel like the situation is like I feel a little better just because I know I have that support, and I just feel like, oh, like a lot of these things, it just feels better just getting it out in the open rather than just like kind of like getting it or just like kind of letting it all to my head, and like a lot of those other insecurities or other things kind of end up popping up as a result, even though I know it's not true.
So I'm here like having a great support network is just such a vital, vital part of our wellness and mental health. And kind of like, we're so close to ourselves that we're not really objective. So getting that second kind of, getting someone else's point of view is always like really, really helpful, I think. I know like, cause I live in my head all the time. I feel like. So being kind of discussed early, being a worrywart and perfectionism and like always kind of like, did I do this right? Did I do that right? Did I do that right? So I would like to so bring it back to Tiffany, because it sounds like Tiffany has been navigating these feelings for a while. And she says she's a recovering perfectionist. So what would your advice be, Nikki, to our attendees, how they can navigate imposter syndrome and how they're, increase their confidence as a UX designer, especially for our junior designers who are just coming in?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that what Tiffany was saying, especially about having a support system, is something that can be really helpful when you're navigating these kinds of situations, because honestly, like, so I was laid off. I was in a job that I absolutely loved, and I was doing a really good job, and I was learning a lot, and I never thought that I would leave that job. And one day I walked in and it was done, right? Like they halved the company, and half of us went into one room, the other half that stayed went into another room, and like we were gone, right? And I think that what helped me through that, because that was still I would say that is kind of like midway-ish through my career. And what really helped me with that was that support system. So being able, because you know, we live in our heads rent-free, and we are the worst roommates that we could ever have. And I think that,
I love that.
yeah, being able to talk to somebody about something so that they can talk to you objectively. I mean, obviously they will probably be biased if they're your friend and cheerlead you, which is probably what you need at that point. But quite honestly, having that support system is very important. I would also say go through and think about your accomplishments. I don't do this enough. I never do this. I don't know why. I always tell people to do this and then I never do it. But you know, I actually did it today. But think about those accomplishments and actually take the time to, like, I don't know, dance, scream, have a drink, take a bath, go for a walk, like do something as a reward for yourself, right? When it comes to those accomplishments. And then my last kind of, I guess, piece of advice is to start to get comfortable with saying, I don't know, let me come back to you, or saying, you know, or saying, I need help with this. And because like, we need to see the data that it's okay to do that, right? So hopefully you're saying it within the context of a safe environment in which you can say that, but like, get the data that it's okay to say, I need help. Get the data that it's okay to say, I'm not sure, let me think about that. And yeah, I would say navigate slowly, take the time with it, be patient with yourself, and be kind to yourself.
Yeah, I love that. And it kind of dovetails into what kind of what Dr. Christelle was talking about earlier, about how we always focus on the negative. It's just like our brains are just like, look at all the stuff we've done in our lives that have been so amazing, and all of our accomplishments. And then, but we always, like you said, like I'm in the middle of the night and you're thinking, oh my God, that person laughed at what I said. Or like that one person in the back of the room had a weird look on their face when I was talking, you know, and we just gravitate to that instead of thinking about, and I love what you said about asking for help. So I feel like I've had a million lives myself. So when I was living in Croatia, I taught English as a second language, and they specifically said, if you don't know something about grammar, don't make it up on the spot to tell a student, because like you're gonna like pass on that bad grammar knowledge to your student, right? They said, okay, let me go back and get back to you about this. And then there was a couple of things I didn't know, because like, you know, we know grammar because we're native English speakers, but you know, I don't know what a non-count noun is. So I had to go look up what a non-count noun is and get back to the students. So I really love, you know, just, you know, admitting that you're human, that we don't know everything. Yeah, I really love that. Any final thoughts for you, Tiffany, on kind of overcoming and how to navigate imposter syndrome?
Yeah, I totally agree with Nikki's point of it's totally okay to ask for help and say like, I'm not too, I don't know, can I get back to you on that? Because there's so many times where like, you know, maybe I'm presenting like something that maybe has like a lot of different product requirements, like some pretty complex stuff going on. And sometimes I might get a question about it, but then like, I don't really know. But I mean, I just like, it's okay to say that because I really don't know, but I could always get back to them, maybe do my own research or find like, you know, the PM that I was working with and just direct the question to them because I don't want to like give the wrong answer. But it's totally okay if people don't know. And I'm just like, you know, it's great to be in an environment where folks can just say like, you know, I don't know, like it's a normal thing if you don't know or if you need help with something. Like when I was working on like this pretty big workshop last year with a lot of different stakeholders from different teams. I mean, I saved a lot of time planning for that workshop by just asking my coworkers or even asking my manager for feedback, or just like, like just letting them know what I was working on. And like, in turn, I got like a lot of really helpful resources, documentation that really helped jumpstart like this, like what the workshop that I was planning, because otherwise it would have just been like, oh, like, do I need to make all these things from scratch? Like there's like this huge, like, I like had a pretty aggressive deadline. So definitely, it's a lot more efficient to, if someone already has the information, things have already been done, you need reference, there's no need to make it from scratch or reinvent the wheel if there is something that already exists, because you can always use what you have, like leverage it, and you can make something totally different from all the other things that are out there. And also just celebrating small wins too. I think that's really important, because it's kind of like what you were also saying, Frederick, about how we tend to gravitate towards the like negative thing. But in reality, like, one negative thing shouldn't squander all the like positive, good things that maybe came out of a event or came out from like the work that you're doing. So definitely just reminding yourself of like all the small wins that you ended up having along the way, and all the good things that ended up happening. And sometimes the bad thing is just like, it is what it is. But the more important thing is that there's just so much more good than the bad.
Yeah, I that's both of you made such amazing points, and there's something I wanted before we about to open up the Q&A. But one thing I wanted to add at the end. So Tiffany, something that you said that I kind of gravitated to about like giving, you felt had to give 110, 150% every day, and there's this quote I heard that I really liked. It's like, we're not computers, right? We're not CPUs. We don't have the same output every single day. So some days you're going to be more productive than others, right? And like just, kicking yourself like, I didn't do enough today. I didn't do enough today. I didn't do X, Y. I think that can be, really debilitating. Give your, like, kind of like Nikki said, be kind to yourself, giving yourself some grace. So yeah, so thank you so much for these. You guys were amazing. Such an insightful, I learned a lot. Hopefully everyone in the audience learned a lot. And so yeah, let's open it up to questions. I know there's a ton. I saw there's a ton of questions. Let's see, Q&A. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's do. So Rana asks, do you have advice or tips on how to not let the work-related imposter syndrome leak into your relationships or conversations outside of work? And that's from Rana.
How to not let imposter syndrome impact relationships outside of work. That's a great question. I think so. For me, I get very stressed about work, and whenever I get stressed and concerned and anxious about work, I will not be nearly as nice as I normally am to the people around me. My poor husband and I both work from home, so he knows this very well. But something that I would recommend when it comes to feeling like maybe imposter syndrome is like triggering you in a way that's kind of making you feel like kind of spilling over into your more personal life or outside of work, is sitting down and kind of trying to identify why that's happening, right? So I can kind of understand. So when I go and I might see I used to see like researchers who were like presenting these topics, and there was a lot of me who was kind of like, oh, I wish I could be doing that, but I'm not as good as this person, and I should be able to do that. Why can't I be presenting this? Why can't I be so good? And then I would go and be like grumpy and angry at like everybody in the world. And so it was a lot of like sitting down and reflecting on like what exactly is like coming up for me, and what exactly is triggering me, and like how can I make myself feel more comfortable with those triggers, and how can I also make them more positive? So instead of like getting triggered by this person and being like, oh, I'm never going to be able to do a presentation. Why don't you go up to them and say, hey, great job. How did you do that? Right. So like trying to like reframe the things that are triggering you so that like when you get triggered, you're not really just like throwing it and like throwing all the anger and anxiety to the next person, but you're like sitting with it for yourself and seeing how you can like reframe and grow from that experience. I would say that, and also just taking a moment, doing some meditation, or like taking a moment to like calm down and center yourself.
Tiffany, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I definitely feel like taking a deep breath and just like sometimes taking time to yourself. I mean, I think it can be a really hard thing to acknowledge that you might be feeling a certain way, especially to your loved ones. I've definitely had instances where I am just not happy, but then like I just end up lashing out at my partner, even though like, I could just be like, hey, I need some time to myself and just process everything. And usually once like I've cooled down, then like I can have more of a conversation with people. So definitely it's okay when you like in certain situations, like if I feel triggered, I just like take a few deep breaths and just try to like maybe give myself time to disconnect from the situation a little bit before coming back, and then maybe like talking a little more with the other person about the thing. And like also, depending on like, who it is that, like maybe like said something, you can also just decide how you want to go about it too. Like if it's someone that you don't really want to talk to at the moment, you can just totally not respond to them. You can, you have no obligation to respond right away.
Yeah, I love that. So, we always talk about giving kids time out. Sometimes we need a timeout, right? To just kind of collect our thoughts, get ourselves together. Yeah, I really like that. Thank you for that question. So I love this question here. So, and I think both Tiffany and Nikki will have great answers for this. So how do you separate these two things? The negative, so second guessing yourself versus I'm trying to check my bias. How do you feel about that, Nikki?
I love that.
Yeah, that's a great question. Like, how do you
Um,
walk the line? Am I checking my bias, or am I doubting myself too much?
that's such a like night. It's a middle path, right? Fine line, the tightrope there. So immediately what comes to me is that doubting yourself has more of this like negative vibe with it. Like when I'm doubting myself, there's like a heaviness to that. There's like I'm not good enough. There's a lot of thoughts that I think would run through my head. Whereas like if it's checking my bias, that actually to me feels quite positive, right? So that to me feels like, okay, I'm trying to make sure that I am seeing the full perspective here, that I'm not jumping to conclusions rather than, I don't think I can do this. I'm not good enough. Somebody's going to find me out. And I would say that I think that there is some gray area there to explore, really super topic. But for me, like the checking yourself is, yeah, just much more like positive and like, or neutral, right? It's like, am I really seeing everything? Am I like jumping to conclusions? And yeah, so I think that's how I would differentiate, is like the associated thoughts with those two concepts.
Anything to add, Tiffany?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like second guessing yourself might, I do agree with Nikki's point of checking your bias. That definitely does is like it's more of like it could be applicable in a lot of different situations. Like sometimes maybe what you say you're just like, oh wait, like maybe I need to take a step back and think about it for a sec. And I feel like that's where some like, fruitful conversations could happen, especially when you acknowledge certain certain things, whether it's a shortcoming or just like maybe like general behavior. Um, and then second guessing yourself. I mean, I feel like at least for me, that's maybe having to do more if I'm like in like this headspace where I'm like doubting myself. That's where I'm like, oh, am I second guessing myself? But then it's like a lot of it just kind of comes from the fear of whether it's like something that I'm like working on, or I just feel really intimidated by something, then I might like have those kinds of thoughts, I guess, in that situation.
I would
Wow,
also
there are
quickly just, yeah, can I just quickly say, like, it's okay to second guess yourself, because like user research, at least, and like UX is not a linear process. Like, it's a creative process. Like, yeah, it is scientific to a degree, but it's like, you know, it's not a straight line. I always think of UX as a scribble, right? So like, it's actually okay to second guess yourself and to kind of think, is there another approach, right? Like, is there another way to go about doing this? I think it's just making sure that when you second guess yourself, it's coming from a more positive, like, I'm just trying to grow and understand and learn and maybe experiment and try new things.
And I'm kind of thinking what Dr. Christelle said, giving you that negative thought loop that you can get in. You just like, okay, you keep on, and that kind of arrests you from moving forward on making a decision on something. I think when you're constantly second guessing yourself. There are so many amazing, like we could be here for 5 hours with all these amazing questions we're getting. So I think this is an amazing question. And I was listening to a podcast on the way here about imposter syndrome, and the podcaster mentioned this. So you are 2 women in a male-dominated field. Do you think imposter syndrome is more intense for women than your male colleagues? What do you think about that, Tiffany?
I can't say this. I can't say anything for my male colleagues, but definitely from my personal experience, I had very much had that feeling. Most of my team, or at least like when I first joined, a lot of the folks that I was working with were male, and that was really intimidating because some of them had really big personalities, and I'm someone who's a lot more introverted, someone who takes the time to listen. You know, sometimes I take time to collect my thoughts. So then, you know, working with some other folks who may just like be like really like fast paced, or just like their opinion just kind of supersedes like everyone else's. I definitely had those thoughts of like am I not like advocating for like these particular ideas enough? Like, it just feels like what I'm doing doesn't like really matter, especially since like I mean, for one of the projects, like the first projects I was working on, there was just like a lot of back and forth between me, like 1 PM and the lead PM. And there was just like, and I just wasn't really talking to the lead PM because I, you know, do day-to-day work with the other product manager. So it's just like a lot of back and forth between like me and essentially like the lead product manager, because they were like, oh, this idea isn't good. But then the other product manager would be like relaying that information to me. And it was just like this, like, it was just creating a lot of like unnecessary design churn, just because there was just like not like transparent communication. There's just like so much back and forth. So eventually I just like was like, okay, like I just can't keep like working in this way. It's just like really not productive, and it's also just like causing me to just like kind of go back and forth with the design changes I was making. Essentially, I was just like making this new change, but then we want the old change back, and I was just like, okay, this is like too much. So eventually I like mustered up the courage to send the email to like both of them to just like, you know, set some time for us to all talk and just to kind of explain like the situation, like more from like the work perspective, but also just how I was feeling too about like, you know, this is just creating a lot of design churn. Like, I'm feeling in this particular like sort of way. And I just at least wanted to get folks in the room so I could at least just like express the situation, just provide some feedback and kind of at least how I was feeling, just because it was like preventing us from just moving forward with one solid design decision. And that was really hard, TVH, to just like reach out and just like set time for folks, especially like giving feedback, but giving feedback to like someone that I just felt like we were like polar opposites in terms of like our working styles, and just like the whole idea of like, oh, like I feel like I'm not being heard because I'm female, like just like that kind of anxiety, even if it wasn't necessarily true. It's just because like I was just afraid of like for me to like get hurt or just to be taken advantage of because of that like power dynamic. I think in the end, it like things were fine. Like everyone was just like, everyone is like very awesome. They like weren't out to like, they didn't have bad intentions. It was just like kind of a working issue, but I'm sure in some other places, I don't know, but I'm just thankful in this situation, like being able to like send an email and have that discussion worked out for the most part. But definitely I definitely felt that imposter syndrome just because of the like stark contrast, like the female to male ratio was very high.
How about you, Nikki?
Imposter syndrome for me is fear-based, and everybody has fear. Where nobody is safe from fear. So as Tiffany mentioned, like I can't speak to any of my male counterparts, but I think that we all feel it. It's how we react to it. And I think that there might be differences within gender and how we react to certain things. But yeah, I think everybody's there for it. At least nobody's alone, right?
That's true. Not that there's a direct correlation, but I have felt that because the American Institute of Graphic Artists put out they put out an annual review every year. So only across all design disciplines, only 3% of designers are Black or African American. So I've constantly worked in all white spaces, majority white spaces for more than 20 years. And there's always that kind of feeling of like, when we're talking about advocating for the user or something like that, it's just like sometimes you can tell when products, like there was not a Black person in the room when someone was making a decision. The thing about wearables, about how the light sensor doesn't penetrate melanated skin and things that's not being tested on people, Black and brown people, things like that. So there's definitely that intimidation factor, I think, that can come in when you are not like the majority culture. I think definitely so. So we're a little bit over time by 5 minutes, but the questions were so amazing. Our panelists were so amazing. So thank you to Nikki. Thank you to Tiffany. Amazing. You gave me so much to think about. I think our attendees got so much out of it. And I will turn it back over to Erin.
Yeah, just to echo you, Frederick. Thank you, Frederick, for being a wonderful moderator. And thank you to our panelists, Tiffany and Nikki. This was great for everybody. The chat's been really fun to read if you didn't get a chance to read through. So thanks so much. Now we have our break. So we'll have a break and we'll come back in a little bit. Thanks, everybody. Hey everybody, thanks so much for joining us today for our first annual UX event. We are thrilled that you're here and know that you could be spending your time doing anything else. So thanks so much for being here. Right now we're about halfway through the day and we have a kind of choose your own adventure planned, 25 minutes. Go ahead and, grab a snack, grab some lunch, stretch your legs, check your emails. We're going to throw on some music, some nature scenes, and we will be back here in about 25 minutes to resume part 2 of our programming. Thanks so much. Bye. Hello, hello. We're back. We are ready for our final panel of the day. We've got Varun. Yep, there you are. You found us. Excellent. Varun Murugesan from Apple and Banana is here. Apple and Banana is a UX research publication. You're also the author of Fruitful, a UX research knowledge base and toolkit. When you aren't writing about UX research, you're spending your time with your dog Cashew or listening to podcasts. Thanks so much for joining us. And
Very excited to be here.
Yeah, excited for this panel. And I think you're going to introduce the rest of the panelists.
Yes, I will do that just now. 1 second. I totally had it and it's gone. Oh, shoot. Oh, wait a minute. This is how we do it. This is all the technical difficulties that come with the game. I just had it. Oh, come on. Where did it go? Where did my document go? Can someone from user interviews like share that Google Doc quickly? Because it's not popping up on my end. Where did it go? While we're here, hope everyone's having a great conference. A lot of cool backgrounds from our presenters here, our panelists here today. What the heck? Bring a lot of daylight here, looking at emails. Where did it go? Okay. Cool. All right, we should have it pulled up. I apologize for that technical mishap. All right, I'll go ahead and introduce all of our presenters here. So not in any order because everyone's screen will look a little different, but here we've got Paul Derby, who's a senior research manager at ServiceNow. We also have Devin Harold, who is director of UX research at Capital One, and Dr. Erica Spear, research manager at Answer Lab. I'm very excited to have everyone here with us. All right. Does anyone want to give maybe a little bit more description, introduce yourself a little bit more? We can go with anyone. Maybe start with Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that introduction. I think of myself living in sort of like two different worlds when it comes to mentorship and like supporting our broader UX and UX research community. I think one of those is in the form of people management, which you named, and the other is through formal coaching relationships. So I have a coaching practice where I work one-on-one with researchers and people managers to help them develop their own style of leadership. I'll pass it off to Erica.
Thank you, Paul. My name is Erica. Just a little bit fun fact is my background is a jigsaw puzzle I built. Yes. I have been mentored by quite a few people, and I have been mentoring quite a few people. I think for me, it's really, there's the official through the program, through the internal or external program, or through just the natural connection that develop into mentorship. At this point, for me, what motivates me to, think and participate in that is about giving back to the community, kind of sharing with more people what I learned and help them to kind of reduce whatever mistakes I made before. And yes, and glad to be here, and I will pass it to Devin.
Thank you, Erica. And thanks again for user interviews for the opportunity to be here. I'm really excited to talk about mentorship today. So Devin Harold, he, his, him are my pronouns. I have kind of a personal connection with mentorship in my career in terms of having leaned into mentors who have really helped me through various career progressions, both when I started in design, but then when I got into research and started to specialize a little bit more. And then as I started to become more of a leader in my current position and my previous positions. Outside of like work and having been a mentee myself, when I was part of the Interaction Design Foundation, which is a nonprofit, they are a global nonprofit, but I was a co-leader of the chapter here in the New York City 5 boroughs. And we had actually built a grassroots mentorship program to support our 1,500 members. We got to pair mentors with mentees based on like interests. And it was just a really fulfilling experience to be able to create such intricate connections between the community and the people who wanted to help to serve that community. So that was really fun to be able to be a part of. So that's a little bit about me.
Fantastic. So as you can hear, a lot of great experience here, a lot of different walks of life coming together in this conversation. And we'll just jump right into our questions. We've got a few listed here, and we're going to take also audience questions throughout. I see a couple, I might pull them up. And if we wrap up questions early, we'll take the rest for Q&A. And if you don't get a chance to ask any questions, there's going to be a follow-up blog post and additional kind of conversations coming out of this. So if we don't get to you, we'll make sure to get back in some time. So let's go ahead and start with Paul. Let's start off with kind of a basic kind of question. Could you tell us about your experience with mentoring?
Absolutely. Thank you, Varun. I'm happy to start. So mentorship, and I think even more broad, what we've all sort of alluded to, more broadly supporting the careers or supporting other people has been pretty important to me throughout my career and has been a journey. And I think this support for others has shown up differently as I've grown as a practitioner. So if I would think like in the early stages or in the early days, it's more about informal mentorship or spending time with grad students who wanted to transition from academia to industry. So that's when I was earlier in my career. That to me, I was thought about scale. How do I do this more? And at that time, I was playing around with teaching. So I taught UX design courses at the university level, both at the University of Minnesota and the Academy of Art University in San Francisco. Later, I transitioned from an individual contributor to a people manager. And as a people manager, I'm responsible for helping my team members grow within their careers. And now I continue to manage others, but I also maintain a coaching practice where I work one-on-one with researchers and people managers, as I shared before. Outside of these, I still engage in informal conversations with researchers or aspiring researchers who reach out to me with questions, and just find opportunities to meet new people.
Erica, how about you?
Yes, thank you. I just realized we had a very similar path with Paul. Yes, I was an individual contributor and then become a people manager. And before that, I was in academia. So I think helping graduate students trying to find their career path has a very special place for me. I did help build several different study material specializing in help graduate students or PhDs who wants to transition out of academia and into the industry world, or more specifically, user research industry. And I also, on top of that, we have an internal mentorship program where I took on a mentorship to regularly meet a few different researchers who are not my direct reports, but then there's also the more formal supervisory capacity as you manage your direct report. So there comes different layers. And on top of that, there is also the unofficial people wants to grab a coffee and talk over whatever is troubling them or asking for advice. So it's all in different flavor, I think, but they're all part of the mentorship, I believe.
Great. And I will turn over to Devin, your experience with mentoring. A lot of questions coming in. We'll make sure to get those in a little bit.
Thank you. Thank you, Varun. The thing that I mentioned earlier around having had an experience with working in the nonprofit space to try to build connections, very grassroots. It was not something that was expected or something that was told to us. We didn't have a framework to work with, but it really made me appreciate mentorship in a different light. As I became a people manager myself, of course, I could mentor my direct team with the things that I had learned, both hard skills related to user research, but as well as soft skills of how to gain influence and collaborate with stakeholders and work across within cross-functional teams. Those things I've learned through my career and I can pass along to others directly. But my experience with the Interaction Design Foundation was really transformative in that it allowed me to see mentorship personally, I see mentorship more than just someone who has years on someone else. I see someone who may have a particular experience or specific talent or skill that you want to attain, something that you aspire to gain in your tool set. And so as I've grown in my career, moving from sort of agency and consulting models within design, moving to then research and then corporate America, I have varying experiences that I can share as a mentor, and my approach to how I faced off with different career challenges in those different environments. And as we fostered connections within our mentorship program at the IDF, we started to learn that maybe someone has the same level of years of experience as someone else, but they're a user experience designer and this person's a graphic designer and they want to become a user experience designer. And so it doesn't matter the quantity of years in which they hold on their resume, but it matters the sort of knowledge that they want to gain from each other, the value add and value sort of mix, that what can they learn from each other? What can they build on with each other? And that's what I really love to bring now into my current role, where I try to mentor my team as much as I can with the knowledge that I have personally, but I really am trying to push my team to foster connections amongst themselves and amongst others within the organization of Capital One. We have 700 designers across the organization, lots of different research communities of practice, and tons of knowledgeable, smart people that we could all learn from, including myself. And so I think that mentorship for me is about not only providing the thoughts and skill sets that you hold that you might be able to share with others, but making those connections for and with others as well.
I love it. Yeah, bringing it all back together, lots of different ways we can talk about. So one of the things, we'll jump over to Erica for this next one. And this is kind of tied to one of the questions in the comments there is, what would you say is the difference between mentorship and coaching? And the question here is paid mentorship better than volunteered mentorship? So a combination there.
Great question. I will talk a little bit about kind of the difference between a mentorship and coaching first. And Devin and Paul, feel free to, jump in to add on. I think there are kind of the three major differences. The first one is the focus between mentorship and between coaching is different. I think mentorship is more about focusing on the personal growth, like on a more higher level, and a career advancement. Coaching sometimes is more focused on you want to skill up, you want to level up your skills, or you want to learn some tactics that will help you better at your job. So I feel the goal for coaching, or when you work with a coach, it's more tangible than you're working with a mentor. The other difference, I feel it's the driver of this relationship is different. For the mentorship, I think mentees most of the time is the driver. They are the ones who's reaching out. They would be setting up the agendas and talk about issues. For the coaching, sometimes coach is more the driver, even though it's might be more collaborative, but the coach is more the driver. They will be help setting the goals and leading the coachee, I guess, to reach that goal. And I think the third difference is really related to the focus, the results of coaching relationship and mentorship is also different. I think for mentorship, you don't have that tangible result, but it doesn't mean it's not useful. The result is the internal change in how you see things, in how you perceive things, in how you realize you grow internally, and how the mentor help you figure out what you want, and then help you figure out where is the direction. As for coach, I think you can easily have like a 1 month coaching program and you reach a certain level. For example, you want to become a better speaker, and at the end of that month, you can deliver some things to show, or even, if, for example, if you have a career coach, I think the job, the end result is kind of help you get a job. So yeah, but I feel like those two areas also have some overlaps. It doesn't mean the mentors won't give you any of the coaching advice, or your coach can as well be a mentor. But there's I think the aforementioned differences is what sets those two apart. And the second question is about paid mentorship and volunteer. I want to see what Devin and Paul have to say about that question. I personally do not have a lot of experience with paid mentorship myself.
Who wants to take it?
I can
Happy to-
start.
Go ahead.
Okay, and then I'll start, and then I'll hand it over to you, Paul. I just want to react. I love everything that Erica had shared, and the thing that for me, this is only just based on my personal experience, having been a mentor and mentee, and then actually having had a career coach and a career counselor. And to me, the difference, I think, can be, not always, but it can be the ultimate goal. For me, I think mentorship is about understanding what is the place that you want to go in your career, in your knowledge or skills, identifying someone who has those things, who has been there before, and sort of trodden down that path, and then learning from them the trials and tribulations and tips and tricks that they want to share with you in order for you to be successful. It's almost a role modeling in some way. And as I mentioned, it's not always because of years of experience, but it's because of the knowledge and skills you want to build and to gain. Whereas coaching, for me, the goal is different. Instead of overtly learning new skills and traits, to me, it's about reflecting. What are the challenges that I'm facing within my career, or as I maintain trying to get to the next step in my career or make a certain milestone? And in my experience, not often are coaches ones who hold the exact knowledge that you're looking for, but they have the frameworks, and in many cases, the actual training to help provide you a different frame of mind, a different perspective, or a new way of looking at the same problem you've been chewing on for a while, that enables you to unlock your own success. I sometimes call it the mirror that talks back. That's what I tell my current career counselor. I'm like, you're like the mirror that talks back to me. I tell you things, you ask me a couple of clarifying questions, I reframe things in my head, and I leave the conversation feeling like many of us probably feel like after visiting a therapist, where I feel, oh my gosh, I feel so much better, so much more clarity, and I know what I need to be doing. But it is not that I go into the session wanting to learn something from that individual in particular with knowledge or resources that they have. So that's kind of how I internalize the difference between mentorship and coaching a little bit. But that's just been my experience. I'd love to hear what Paul has to say too.
Totally agree with this. The way that I think of it is, so it's like a yes and to everything so far. Some of the key distinctions I see between coaching and mentoring is between the power dynamic between two people, the approach to problem solving, and payment, I think, comes up as well. So with power dynamic, the way I see it is coaching, there is oftentimes an equal power dynamic. This is your partner. This is like your accountability partner. And with a mentor, you are oftentimes seeking someone who has, could be more experience, be specific experiences. It could be more time spent in a career. They have something that you want to gain. When it comes to problem solving, I think the primary role of a coach is to support someone in being able to solve their own problems and not necessarily providing advice or engaging in problem solving. And with mentorship, there may be more of a focus on a mentee who is trying to learn how to do something, learn how to solve a particular problem. And that mentor may be providing lessons from their own lives and their own careers, maybe providing specific advice or specific direction on how to solve that problem. And when it comes to payment, and this is, I think, related to the chat, formal coaching relationships are oftentimes paid relationships. You're working with someone who has a very particular set of skills. Maybe they have a certification or they've gone through specific training. With a mentorship, I see that as less, is oftentimes not a paid relationship, and is someone helping you out because they essentially they want to.
Lots of great responses there. One thing I want to call out for you, Devin, Fatima in the chat said it sounds like motivational interviewing when you were discussing, telling about your answer. All right.
Yeah,
cool,
I
cool,
saw
cool.
that. I love that way of like reframing it, like motivational interviewing. It's like asking someone, if someone in a coaching relationship, if I went to you, let's say Varun, you're my coach, and I have a problem that I'm looking to solve for, and I say, yeah, I'm just really stuck on this thing, then you may go, well, what things have you considered so far? And it's kind of throwing it back at you for you to kind of tool in your own devices and think through it, and then providing you different frameworks. I love the idea of like that motivational interviewing.
Totally. And I even
we got a bunch.
Oh, I was gonna say, I see in the chat about focusing on helping people identify mental barriers. Like, I think it's that, and helping to find resonance, sharpening self-awareness, shifting perspectives, being present with one's emotional experience. Those are all things that help you solve your own problems better.
Great. Lots of comments and lots of questions in the chat. I'm going to take a quick look. One person says, Paul, you mentioned you also have a coaching practice. How do you approach that differently when compared to mentoring that you do?
Coaching practices to me, and I'll make this brief. I know we have other questions to get to as well. The coaching practices to me is there's a commitment to a relationship for a particular length of time or a number of sessions. You are working towards a very specific goal, and you need support along that way in order to reach that goal. When people reach out to me with just like questions about the UX field or maybe some career advice or thought, that tends to be maybe like a one-time conversation or maybe a sporadic set of conversations, but it's not about a long-term relationship, and it's not about necessarily helping them solve their problems on their own.
Great. Nice. Also, Fatima saying we're pronouncing the name correctly. Great. Definitely want to be inclusive here in this conversation. I'm going to jump back into some of our written questions here. We'll move over to Devin. You can kick us off on this next question. And this is going to tie into some of the questions here. A lot of people, new and experienced, like you've talked about, are told to find a mentor, but it can be challenging. What would you say are your best tips or strategies you have to actually going from wanting a mentor to actually getting a mentor and building that relationship?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to hear what others have to say on this. And it's certainly, what I'll start with is there's no right or wrong way. There's a way that will need to feel authentic to you. If you're an extrovert or if you're an introvert, if you don't really like to be on social media, then that's fine too. And so make sure that you are kind to yourself and giving yourself, I think that the term came up earlier in the day, grace, around making sure that whatever strategy you employ, it feels authentic. So I wanted to start there. But in terms of what feels authentic to me and what has served me well, is I would first start in terms of mentorship to identify what are the things that you want to learn, the skills that you want to attain, or where you want to go. Is it that you want to get a new job? Okay, great. Write that down. Is it that you want to get a job specific in user experience research or user experience design or content strategy? Okay, write that down. Are you really passionate about the nonprofit sector, or really, really passionate about DE&I or helping to serve underserved communities? Write that down. And after doing this reflection and being really intentional with things that you're looking for in terms of how you want to be mentored and the things and the knowledge that you want to gain, now you are in a good position to seek out others who have that knowledge or that experience that can impart that on you and help to support you in that journey. And so then the second thing I would say that you should lean into is firstly your networks. Do you have friends or family members who are already connected to the things that you care about, or the places you want to go, or the skills you want to gain? Are you already part of a Facebook group or a LinkedIn group or a Slack channel where you know that these conversations are happening? And if you're not, identify what those gaps are and try to look at those forums. It wasn't too long ago that I myself had identified, I want to get more mentorship and expand my knowledge of leadership at various levels. I've been a people leader for a little bit, but I certainly haven't been a people leader for 20 years. How much could I learn from someone who has had more experience traversing leading larger teams and really like facing off in especially corporate America where things change frequently and it's a large organization? I really wanted to learn from that. And so I identified that I wasn't a part of any Slack channels or meaningful groups where those discussions were happening. So it would be difficult for me to just Google mentors. How could I ever get started? And so by identifying the gaps of like the forums or communities that you may not currently be a part of, that you might need to be to get in front of potential mentors. That's what I did when I found the Envision Design Leadership Forum, as well as Design Leadership and Design, which is a separate one by the design department, I think it is. And I just started finding a lot of really cool resources because I identified the gap in where I was and where I wanted to be. And then I just started Googling and searching for different communities where I think that those people might be found. And once you do that, engage in those communities, join those communities, and then and try to build your network in there. Pay attention to some of the conversations that are happening. Maybe there's a person who speaks up or has shared an article that they've written or shared their advice within these communities that you look up to, that has the things that you really want to learn from and you want to approach them. And then the last thing that I would say is, as we heard from our imposter syndrome panel, fight that imposter syndrome and try to like really own up to the fact that it's okay to ask for help. And it's certainly okay to be honest, forthright around what you're looking for. And so I would encourage you to just write a draft email or a message in LinkedIn or whatever you feel most comfortable with, and just send it to people who you feel could be great mentors for you based on the things that I previously identified. And I would just be honest by saying, hey, I was really inspired by something that you shared, something that you said, by your background. And I would really love if we could have a chat or if you could be my mentor. If you ask for mentorship and it feels like too large of a leap and you're really nervous because it's like a big commitment you're asking for, start small. Just ask them for one meeting just to meet and greet. And maybe that's a nice way to test the waters, because a mentorship specifically is building a relationship and building a new friendship. And in that case, you want to make sure that that relationship works for you. And so I would recommend maybe starting small with a first meeting, just reaching out and asking to get on their calendar for 15, 20 minutes, and then take it from there and maybe ask them if you feel like it's a good fit, if they'll be a mentor to you in the long term, and then set expectations around what that may look like for both of you. So that's what I have to share in terms of some of the tips and tricks that I've leveraged of identifying those communities, the people within them, and then reaching out with intention.
Devin, the comments, loving it, loving your responses, loving your tips. Really happy to see that. Let's jump over to Erica on finding a mentor, strategies that you might have.
I feel like Devin covered the majority of it, but I want to share a personal story. That was back when I was a very young, very new graduate student. We are tasked to find our own advisors. And back then I was also taking classes with several different professors, and with one of them, I had several meetings, just working through the projects we're doing. And then one day I feel like now this is the time. So I asked her, will you be my advisor? And she looked me in the eye and said, I thought I already am. So I feel like sometimes maybe you already have one, you just don't know it yet. Maybe it just takes a little bit more intention to cultivating an existing relationship into a more defined mentorship relationship. And I think, and then the other, so that mentor had ended up having a tremendous impact on me to make the decision to leave the academia and, work in the industry. And the other thing, I think I want to add to whatever all the great tips and tricks Devin said is if you reach out to someone, they didn't reply to you, don't take it personally. It's sometimes it's just not, maybe it's just not a good timing. Maybe it's just it's not a good fit, and it's never, it's not personally against you. There will be more people who are willing to help than those who, I guess, ghost you.
I love that. All of it. Yes to all of that. And Erica, that story. Thank you so much for sharing that. I felt myself just like I had to, thank you. There's a couple there's like something I want to name here. And I want to name that I think that there's a common misconception that we all need formal, dedicated mentors. And you know what? Sometimes we get to have that experience. We get to have that kind of mentorship experience. And I think this commonly happens. We've heard some examples that happens at work or happens with a relative, or maybe you're in a school setting. You're around people with more knowledge, experience, and skills than you. And I think we're in that. And there's a question in the Q&A, I think from Rachel, about access. However, not all of us have access to those people. For example, maybe you're making a career transition. Maybe you're the only researcher at a company. And in these circumstances, I think you can look for mentorship among our community members in smaller moments, in like informal conversations, in coffee chats, in informational interviews, in maybe planned mentorship conversations, like think ADP list. And regardless of your level of access, I love the idea of someone being exposed to multiple perspectives and ultimately integrating what works best for you. And you never know what might happen. One of those relationships may turn into something long-term, some magic may happen, is what I'm trying to say. The advice I give is to focus on building relationships. And this will require you, like Devin was saying, it require you to ask for help. And perhaps this is about, this is a signing up for a session on ADP list, or messaging someone on LinkedIn, or reaching out to someone within a Slack community, or asking one of your colleagues to help connect you to someone they know. I'm going to acknowledge this can feel scary, and you are putting yourself out there, and you might be rejected, or you might be ghosted, or no one ever respond. It's not about you. It is about them and what the experience, the situation that they're in. It's not about you. And with that said, it's so important to build your relationships within this community.
Just one thing I want to add. Sorry. I just want to add really quickly to what Paul said, because I loved when you said like this misconception that mentorship, to me, the way that I framed what you said in my brain was mentorship's not just one thing. And I think that really resonates, because you could have a mentor in your life that maybe only shared one piece of advice with you, but that piece of advice was life-changing or career-changing. And that's still a mentor. They're still within that sphere of influence. And maybe they don't have bi-weekly one-on-ones or monthly one-on-ones with you, but that is a certain flavor of mentorship. And there's other flavors too. I just really wanted to echo that, because I really did feel that.
If I can add one thing to this as the moderator, a lot of people feel what you're feeling. You are not the only person trying to find a mentor or trying to feel seen in this space. So don't ever feel like it's just me out there. And I think the other panelists here would agree, is a lot of people trying to make it and trying to find that next level. So if you're reaching out, a lot of people in good faith want to engage and connect. So let's jump over to one of our questions, a little bit more tactical here from the chat. How should we structure our mentoring sessions in order to make the most of a single interaction, an hour, a 30-minute coffee chat, anything like that? Any tips there?
Ooh, can I start this one?
Do it.
Okay, so when we built the mentorship program at IDF for New York City's chapter, we faced off against that exact question. We wanted to make sure that the relationship was successful, but that it also was organic to those individuals, again, based on a number of different factors. But what we would always recommend is that in a mentorship capacity, we thought that it was in the best interest of the relationship that the mentee comes to the session or the meeting with an agenda, and with just 3 things that they wanted to accomplish, nothing more, nothing less. And if it's a really big thing, maybe try to keep it to 1. The reason why we say this is because mentorship, as I think Paul had mentioned a little earlier, is really, sometimes there are power dynamics, experience differences, or knowledge differences that I shared earlier. And the mentee should be in control of their growth and the things that they want to learn and lean into. It is different than that of maybe a coach, like was shared earlier, that may provide you specific guidance and structure to get you from point A to point B. And so with that being said, because it's about the mentee's growth, the sort of focus is shifted to making sure that they're in the limelight for the sessions. The mentor is there to guide and support where they need guidance and support. And so I would recommend, as a mentee, you always have an agenda for your mentor at every meeting that you have, and try not to have a laundry checklist of things that you're looking to accomplish, because what you'll end up getting, unfortunately, is more shallow feedback to go through your checklist, but maybe not the meaningful, deep feedback that you need in order to make progress. And so I would ask for you to focus on no more than 3 things and really make sure that those are the focal points of the session. And then lastly, if you want to be a mentor, what we often recommended to folks is to practice SMART goals, to say, okay, we talked about these things. You wanted this advice from me, that these resources, here's what we talked about. What are your plans for the next time we meet? Where are we going to be with progress? How can I help to support you when we next meet? And trying to hold them a little bit accountable to making progress against their goals, or at least to reflect on those things that you discussed. So those are the things I wanted to start with, just relative to what we had built at IDF. I'd love to hear from Paul and Erica based on their experiences.
But before we jump to Paul and
Yeah.
Erica, I'm wondering if you could give Devin maybe 1 or 2 examples of what a solid agenda point looks like. Maybe not 3, but maybe talk about this, discuss this. Any examples there for the audience?
Yes. So my mentee, Justin Grant, shout out to him if he happens to be here. But we started our kind of mentorship relationship last year. And when we started, he was in school, he was graduating. We were really, really excited about next steps. And he brought to me in one of our sessions, I'd love to get feedback on my resume. And that was the only thing that we wanted to really focus our time on. And so he pulled it up, we shared our screen, we walked through, gave me about 5 to 10 minutes to look through and just read through the things. His goal was to become a UX researcher in industry, and I am in the UX research profession and discipline. And so we just spent the entirety of the time on looking it over, providing feedback, tips and tricks, things that have worked for me and my devices. But that's an example of something I think is really tangible. You can leave with direct bullet points of feedback in order to act on and improve that resume before your next session. That's one example. Another one is, hey, I'm dealing with this. I had a previous mentee who brought to me, like, I'm dealing with this issue at work. I want to help to work better with my stakeholders. What has been your experience in navigating these relationships? Because this is my first corporate job. And then we're just really having a discussion and a conversation to gain some inspiration around the things that have worked well for me, and maybe some resources I could share along the way. So those are examples of some topics that I would recommend.
Fantastic, thank you. Let's jump over, Paul.
I have nothing else to add to that. I think that is amazing advice, spot on. I'm in full agreement.
And then Erica, anything else? Maybe?
I think, yeah, I totally agree. I think keeping the agenda items limited. I also feel like as a mentee, sometimes it's helpful to, maybe you don't have a very specific goal. You just want to, talk about, I guess, life, universe, things in general. Sometimes what helps is I will kind of put a mental note about something that something happened this week that strike me as something I would like to expand on that and kind of walk through my feelings about certain things. And then I'll just bring those things into a conversation versus, occasionally I do not have a clear goal. I just want to, talk with someone to reflect. I think that's a valid agenda item as well. It does not have to be always, super specific.
I agree with that. Okay, I'll pipe in now. I agree with that. One of the things that makes me think about it is like sometimes you like know something is a problem or you can't really put your finger on it. Just like come with like, here's what I'm experiencing. And over time, I personally, and I'm sure Erica and Devin, you're like, you can kind of sniff out what the actual problem is. What's underneath the surface? What are we actually talking about? So that is also an opportunity. Just like here's what I'm experiencing. And then you can kind of get to the root of the problem in the conversation too.
I love it. I'm going to jump over to a question here from Bailey here. When it comes to UX, just like development and growth, a lot of people might mistake it for it being linear. How do you approach the linearity of being maybe associate, then maybe a regular to a senior, research lead, stuff like that? How do you approach this linear path in your mentorship and coaching? Paul, go for it. I think
okay. This is making me think. I don't know if this is a direct answer to the question, but it is making me think about what I hear a lot of people say, I'd love to mentor, but I'll do that when I have more experience. And from my perspective, I'm fearful that if you are one of the people who believe this or say this, I believe that you are wasting moments of connection and fulfillment now. And what I mean by this is that we all know people who are just a little bit ahead of us. They've maybe at the next level in our careers, or they just were able to achieve what you are currently trying to achieve. And realistically, their learning, their advice may be the most relevant for you versus someone who achieved that 10 years ago. And using the same logic, I could guarantee that there are people who are looking to achieve what you have just very recently achieved. And in those situations, they could benefit from your perspective and your experience. So why waste that opportunity while you're trying to ready yourself? Because I know we're all on a dynamic learning journey through life, and we'll never actually feel ready. And the truth about confidence is that you develop confidence after you do a hard thing and not before you do it.
Paul, put that on a t-shirt. It's very, very good.
I want to add on to that. I think the linear part, it's also make me think of the breadth and the depth you can develop as a UX practitioner. The linear make me thinking the focus is more on the depth of you need to get X level of the skill to be able to be someone's mentor. But maybe you can also think about how many different experience you have that can channel into being someone's mentor, how transferable those are. So it does not have to be, like the question indicated, linear it's not really always the way.
So this kind of ties.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to add one more thing to that beautiful discussion. And I'll say that, like, when we talk about career linearity, and you even started, Varun, by saying, oh, does that mean associate, senior associate, principal, etc.? I think what that is hierarchy. That's not a linear. It can be thought of as a linear progression of one's career, but I think that what unfortunately is the case is that there is a baseless societal expectation that progression itself indicates hierarchy and linearity. But a progression is really looking back on where you were and feeling like you've accomplished something, that you've learned something new, and that you're growing as an individual or as a professional. And so for me, I think that one of the best pieces of advice I was ever given was when I decided to come into research from being in design for over 6 years. And one of my good friends, Autumn Schultz, if she happens to be here, she raised her hand and said, careers are not linear, period. And that made me feel so empowered and made me realize and remember that the benefit of design and the benefit of cross-functional teams and what we bring to the table as a profession is to foster the diversity of thought, backgrounds, and experiences to create better experiences and products for humans. And we do that by facilitating cross-functional teams where we have very different backgrounds, very different points of view, very different values. Why can't that be true of a UX team itself? Why can't we have PhDs and self-taught individuals and folks who just got into the field yesterday? all of us have ideas and thoughts and value that we bring to the table. And so I am a firm believer that careers should not only be linear, and that's not the only path, and that growth comes in many forms, and we should think about progress differently than just a linear scale. So that's the only thing I wanted to add to that in my perspective. Oh, you're on mute, Varun.
I am on mute. Paul, Paul, do you have something? You jumped off mute here?
No.
Okay, one thing I want to call out, Devin, for you in the chat. Julie is saying, you can't see me, but I am snapping. And I think it's vigorous snapping with all the colons there. So, all right, we'll jump into our next conversation question. Julie's here. She leads the women-focused ERG at her company. She just launched the first mentor program. It was a blast. And have you done this? Any best practices? For them, they paired folks based on interests / teams / areas of growth. We want to make sure mentees knew it was on them to be proactive in this relationship. So new mentor program, best practices, experiences you can speak to. Anyone can go. Don't just jump all at once.
I actually want to hear from Devin, because I think, Devin, you described having done this.
Appreciate that, Paul. I'll say a couple of things. I think transparency and setting expectations are really, really important from different angles. Transparency into the levers that were just described around how you pair mentors and mentees. We cannot deny that when we make those pairings as sort of a governing body, in my case, it was a nonprofit, your case, it's an ERG, that is a decision that you are making and taking that may benefit or may impact individuals that do or don't get mentors. For those who do, they're quite fortunate. They're very excited. They're starting a new relationship. And for those who don't, can be quite upset and can feel even demotivated. As we talked about earlier, imposter syndrome. Why didn't I get chosen to have a mentor over others? When we built the mentorship program, it was an unfortunate reality that there were always many more mentees than there were of mentors. And while we tried to encourage our mentors to have multiple mentees, you can't meaningfully have like 10 mentees. It's very difficult to do and to manage unless it's your full-time job. And so in this particular case, what I would recommend is transparency in the actual pairing process as much as you can possibly deliver. Make sure that the expectations are very clear up front in terms of how you plan to pair folks, and then what happens for the folks who don't get paired. Are they on the wait list for next time? Are they kind of elevated in terms of the next round of mentorships? We did it every 6 months at IDF. Are you going to do it on a specific cadence that they can look forward to? Or no, is it, hey, sorry it didn't work out this time. We're going to start from scratch the next time. Absolute best of luck to getting paired. We try our best to do these XYZ things. Being very transparent and honest is going to be really important to bolster trust in the process. Then the other thing is setting expectations. When you start those relationships off, don't expect that everybody's been a mentor or everyone's been a mentee. We wanted to provide folks with a starting point, at least to make sure that we set them up for success for the best possible relationship they could have. We did that in 2 ways. We provided a training that we actually mandated, a training to say how to be a good mentor and how to be a good mentee. For example, in the training, we would talk about in your first meeting, learn each other. Learn about each other's contexts. Where do they work? What is their inner circle? What's their family and friends like? Like, learn each other on a human basis. Don't go straight into, please review my resume. Let's talk about each other and learn who we are as people, because the relationship is what you're building on. And as part of that, sometimes there are no fly zones. Maybe you want to understand pay and pay scales as you're looking towards building your career. But maybe the mentor is not comfortable talking about their pay. Or maybe they're not comfortable talking about religion if that happens to come up. Talking about those no-fly zones and making those clear expectations right from the beginning is something that we encouraged. We had a template for a mentorship expectations agreement that we had. We didn't want to make it too formal or jargony, but we just wanted to provide folks with a starting point to say, here's things that you might consider in your first meeting that can set you and your mentor up for success in your relationship. So those are a couple of things that I might recommend: awareness, intention, and setting expectations.
I do want to make one call out on that. You can always ask someone to look at your resume. Don't do that though. You can, but you probably should not. Build a relationship. Don't be that person. All right, we got 10 minutes left in this conversation. I'm going to jump back to one more planned question here. Then we'll open up to any additional chat questions. The final one for, I guess, we'll start with Devin and then we'll move on to everybody else. Lots of great conversation, lots of great stories in this one, lots of great tips. If you had to distill this into a key phrase or a hallmark piece of advice for someone to walk away from this session saying, thank God I showed up to this one, what would you say that is moving forward? We can also jump to Paul or Erica if you want a second to, because you've been.
Let's jump to them, please.
I want to hear
Jump to
from
Paul. Let's jump
Erica.
to Paul. Erica, okay, we'll go to Erica.
One piece of advice. If you're looking to be a mentor, you already got what other people can learn from you. So don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Yeah, that's my one piece of advice.
I have similar advice. My hope is that you as in like everyone who's watching right now, you open yourself up to helping someone in their journey. You may tell yourself that you need 10 years of experience, a PhD, and be an author of a self-help book in order to impact someone's life. But that is not true. You have what you need already. This is what Erica was alluding to as well. There are so many people right now who can benefit from your curiosity and your life experience. And for the hundreds or however many people will be watching this, just imagine the collective impact that we could have by spending 1 hour or 2 hours per week or per month with people who could learn from you and the ripple effect that could have. By doing this, you're not only helping other people, but you're also building relationships. And ultimately, it's through relationships that future opportunities present themselves. Devin, what you got?
Wow, I really love that. Very, very well said, Paul and Erica. I think the thing that I would add to that is taking you both talked about both mentees and mentors. I'll just talk about kind of the mentees and the things that I think that folks should take away if you are seeking a mentor. And I would just say it is within your power. It can feel daunting. It can feel like a big task trying to find someone who can help you in this career journey. But if you break it apart in smaller chunks, do some self-reflection, find the forums that I mentioned earlier, and just think about where you want to grow and who you want to grow from, and just reach out and just start conversations and build your network. It won't be as daunting as you think. And it's also within your power to take control of what you perceive to be mentorship, as we talked about. One takeaway for me today is it's not just one thing. Mentorship is not only the long, years-long or 6 months long bi-weekly sessions. It can be a great conversation that you have with someone who really inspired you or that you just had a lunch with. And that in itself is still mentorship. And so I think that leave here feeling empowered that it is within your control to learn and to grow and to build really great relationships. And you got this. You definitely got this.
If you're not feeling an overwhelming sense of like, I can do it energy after this session, I don't know. That seems crazy to me. All right, we're going to jump over to some comments, questions here in our chat. Paul, this one's mentioned for you, and I'll turn it over to the group. Paul, you previously mentioned that not everyone needs a dedicated mentor. Could you elaborate more on this? And how can you experience the same kind of positive relationships and growth that we've been talking about for the last hour when you don't have a mentor?
Yeah, let me clarify that. So what I am not trying to do is diminish the value of mentorship. What I am saying is that the way to seek mentorship, there's not one path. And this is, I think, what Devin so eloquently just captured. There are multiple paths. One path is having a formal, long-standing relationship with someone who's able to help you over a period of time. And there are other paths as well. If you don't have access to that you likely do have access to the rest of your work community or the community in which you're trying to grow. And there's been lots of advice so far about how to reach out, where to find people who might be willing to help, even if it's one 15-minute conversation, 30-minute conversation, hour, whatever the case is. I think that is also a form of mentorship that we shouldn't, that we should acknowledge.
Can you maybe tie that to maybe sponsorship? One of the questions is about finding people within your organization who can help champion and help advance your career. How can we request that from someone, and what kind of parameters around that relationship, sponsorship in this case?
I would
For
love
anyone
to
in
pass
the
that
group.
question. Yeah, I was like, I'd love to pass that question.
Yeah. Erica, do you want this one?
So I think for the sponsorship, it also has some overlap with being a mentor. I think sponsorship, if you're getting a sponsor, it means that this is someone who's helping you actually advancing your career, like in a more proactive way. For the mentor, I think the career help you can get from the mentor is different. They're not likely to be the champion for kind of getting your next job, but they are more like empowering you so that you will be ready and you can be ready to when opportunity arises. I guess I'm not quite. I don't have that experience with the sponsorship per se. So does Devin?
Yeah, this is a really great and interesting take on mentorship, but I think that that's what it is to me and how I internalize it. It is to have a mentor doesn't mean, and I think it's inherent of our conversations today, likely it is that your mentor doesn't work within the same organization as you do. Many of us have mentors who work in like very different companies. But the sponsor, to me, it's like the mandate is that they're in the company. They're likely more senior. There's more power dynamics there, especially if they're kind of advocating for your work. And so the way that I interpret that is I see sponsorship as very intentional mentorship within the confines of your job and your role to elevate not only where you want to go in your career, but your contributions within your role and to be a champion for those contributions. I would make sure that if that is what your goal is, that it's the right person in the right role. Maybe they have relationships to those who you seek to influence in your organization with research findings or with the design recommendations that you hold in your role. Or maybe it is someone who is a boss of yours and you want them to be a champion of your work to their leadership. Being intentional around making sure that it's the right person to be a sponsor for you, I think is more important when you think about that relative to mentorship. So that's the only thing that I would add to that.
And I want to add, I think sponsorship also, there is, mentorship is more about helping. Sponsorship, there's also kind of implied that you advancing it will also benefit your sponsor in the long run. There's that kind of mutual relationship in there implied.
All right, we got 2 minutes left. I want to add one thing to sponsorship. Stretch assignments is kind of not really like formal sponsorship, but can I partner with someone that's doing something? Can I learn from them at the company and stretch my skill set? Some companies are about it, some companies aren't, but it could be another option there. And then someone is saying questions. How do you navigate changing relationships from sponsor to mentorship? I feel like we're not going to have enough time to get deep into any of these questions. So we'll probably just wrap it up there. But I do want to say sessions are being recorded all day, and we're going to be doing a follow-up. User Interviews is going to be doing a follow-up blog post and additional work from here. So with that, I guess we will wrap up this session. Any last piece of advice, any things that anybody wants to share, follow me on Twitter or check out this thing that I'm working on for the panelists.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you. That was fantastic. What a great panel. Really appreciate it. And they're out. And we've got Kate. Kate's coming in. We've got Kate Kalsevich here is the head of accessibility innovation at Fable. Fable, if you're not familiar, is a leading accessibility platform powered by people with disabilities. Kate is an experienced accessibility leader and disability advocate with an extensive career. She most recently led digital accessibility efforts at Canada Post. Previously held a series of progressively senior roles in the Ontario Public Service, including in product, user experience, and design roles. Kate herself has a hearing disability and is currently focused on delivering custom accessibility training to help teams upskill on accessibility. She's worked on democratizing design and accessibility in her role at Fable, and she can deadlift 165 pounds. And wanted also to throw out as an accessibility note for anyone who can benefit that Kate is a white woman with shoulder length brunette hair. Thank you so much for being here. We're really excited to hear what you have to say about building healthy teams through democratization. With that, I'll give you the floor. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that introduction. I'm just going to share my screen here. I've got some slides prepared. And we will kick it off. So I wanted to start with a definition of democratization as far as I understand it, so we're all on the same page. And when I think of that, I really think of making something accessible to everyone. So not accessible in the sense of accessible to people with disability, but accessible as in open to all, although there's a lot of overlap between those two. Practically, what does this mean? That anyone can be a part of the work. And my career hasn't really focused a lot on user research. It's been a thread throughout my entire career, but it applies to user research. It applies to design, accessibility, writing, or any other part of the product lifecycle that you want to turn into something I like to call shared work, where it's not just one particular team working on one thing. Oh, I'm seeing in the chat that there might be some issues with the screen share. So what I can do is try that again, but if anyone, oh, okay, so thank you for chiming in. Must be a participant issue. I just want to make sure everyone can see the screen. So this is a controversial topic, democratizing user research. And I understand why. So I wanted to talk a bit about both the benefits and then also the risk. And you know, what works for one person in one organization might not work for all, but I think it's something that's definitely worth exploring, especially when you consider the benefits that you might get from it. So for myself personally, whenever I democratize anything, any of the work that I've done, it really helps to elevate you into the role of a coach or a mentor, and eventually even lead potentially to a leadership role. It lets you do more without having to do it yourself. When you bring other people in and you're sharing in that work, it means you're not the one doing all the hands-on heavy lifting of whatever research, design, accessibility, whatever it is that you're working on. You can share that with other people. And in sharing it, it helps people to align on the why. Why are we doing this work? Why is user research really important? Because a lot of people in the organization don't always understand the value of user research. And I think bringing people in and making them a part of that process helps them to understand the value better and understand why this is important work to be doing. It can also help accelerate your progress toward the goals. Now, I will talk about how maybe you slow down a bit first before you speed up. But I think in the long run, you can achieve a lot more and you can achieve it faster if you set up a practice of democratization. And I think it can also help to reduce the risk of burnout. You know, there's more and more work being thrown at less and less people, it feels like, always. I don't understand how that works, how, you know, there's so many people in the world, but the work always seems to just pile up. And if you try to do everything yourself, there is a really very real risk of burnout. And so by bringing other people in and doing this in a conscious way so that you can maintain the quality of the work, you can maybe help eliminate some of that risk. And it feels great to help others, you know, learn new skills and grow in their careers. I mean, that's been one of the most rewarding parts of my career. And it can also help an organization just promote a more user-centered mindset. So you might be in an organization that's design-led or engineering-led, And involving more people in user research can help switch that to more of a user-centered perspective on things. Now, what are the risks? So a lot of people, especially in the research field, are not too keen on the idea of democratization. And one of the primary reasons is they don't think research is a skill, and it shouldn't be seen as one, that it's a profession, that it requires education, it requires experience, and it requires a professionalization that you don't get if you democratize. It could lead to lower quality work if you don't have the appropriate guardrails in place. There's the potential risk of privacy or ethics breaches when you don't have that solid background in how to do user research. There's also the risk of, if you're saying everyone's responsible for user research, then in reality, no one is responsible. And it kind of ties back to the idea of lower quality work. There's the potential for people to cut corners, especially in documentation. I think when you democratize or decentralize something, documentation is one of the things that's really at risk of being dropped. That said, I think there are ways to mitigate most of these risks. And I'm going to tell you about my experience with that. And my overall idea of a framework for democratizing is you really have to put guardrails in place. So like you've got a big highway, you've got everyone going down the highway, what keeps the cars on the road? Well, drivers who know what they're doing, but also the guardrails at the side of the road. And that's your framework, is putting those guardrails in place. And those guardrails themselves are awareness, making sure people understand what user research is, why we do it, how we do it. And getting that wide organizational perspective on it. Also, the documentation is really important. And it's not just documentation on the outcomes of your research and making sure that is kept up to date, but also documentation on how to do the research. If you're going to be having other people participate in it, they really do need a resource that they can reference. But documentation is not enough. As I learned in my career, you also need training. Whether that's async or over Zoom or however you want to deliver it, there need to be some sort of framework for how to learn how to do, not just user research, but doing user research the way your organization wants to do your user research. And you'll need some support too, because training in itself, sometimes people will still have questions. There will be complex things that weren't covered in the training. So they need somewhere to go to get help when they have questions. And you need to have a way of monitoring. So you want to monitor the success of your program, maybe through KPIs, but you also want to monitor to make sure that the quality is being kept up there, that the documentation is happening, and that everything is proceeding as expected. I wanted to share some perspectives. So I went on the internet and I read a lot about what other people thought about democratizing user research. And a couple of them stood out. One of them was from Stripe. And this is a quote from the researchers at Stripe in a session that they gave. And they found that investing our time in infrastructure over a long period of time has given us the space to work on the most impactful and strategic projects. So that's interesting. By building the infrastructure to democratize user research, you get to focus on the things that are the most important to you as a researcher. And they said they've also seen that in this process, it's increased the appetite and appreciation for research, which is pretty cool. And I agree. I think that's an awesome outcome. Over at Miro, they said, this was Eduardo, who led the effort to democratize research at Miro. He said, conversations with users are already happening, regardless of our investment to empower others. And we, as expert researchers, can facilitate and guide that process. And that was my experience too, that when I was a design lead or a UX lead on the design side of things for Ontario.ca, people were already doing design. And so if I wasn't facilitating and guiding that process, it was happening regardless, especially in a large organization, depending on the hierarchy and the controls and checks you have in place, it actually might not even be in your control. People might just be doing it anyway. So you have to really be aware of where your organization is at. And if you're just in denial about things that are already happening or not aware of them. And then I'm going to quote myself, which seems weird, but 2 years ago, I wrote an article, and what I said was, the more we can share our expectations of what design means and ways to do it well, the more likely we are to produce better designs, especially in an organization where you don't actually have control over who's doing the design. And so sometimes the better approach is being flexible and having defined boundaries and having a shared understanding of the intent for your design styles and your style guide and your design guide. So how might you actually implement a process of democratization? Well, first, you really do need to create the time to make that infrastructure that, as they called it, or as I call it, the framework or the guardrails. You need to put all these things in place. And you have to recognize that you're actually going to slow down a lot. And this is the hurdle that a lot of teams can't get over, is how do you take the time to set up a proper program in order to speed up later? And what's really critical to that is getting the buy-in. So if you don't have somebody in leadership supporting you, who's got your back and who agrees with this and can like deflect some of those requests to give you the space to do this work, you will burn out and it won't be successful, at least in my experience. So it's really important to have that buy-in and support from your own leadership to do this, and make sure that they understand that this isn't going to happen right away. And I think we see this a lot with design systems too, where there's so much upfront effort put into building a design system before you actually see the impact of it. I love this quote from the Navy SEALs, and I always thought it was weird, but it makes sense, the more you think about it. They say, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. And what it means that you might really be slow at the micro level in, your user research may be slowed down, but what you get in the end is an acceleration and efficiency at the big picture level, and improved overall performance. If you've ever done something really quickly and it just turned out horribly and it, took you longer in the long run to fix it, sometimes going slower is actually the faster way to do things. So I touched on this earlier. It's really critical to get buy-in, whether it's from your manager or leader or the head of whatever area that you work in, and letting them know that it's going to take time to build those guardrails, but that you're going to see the improvement in the future. And having some honest conversations about that, because one of the worst things is to kick something off and not be able to finish it. So like having some real good, honest expectations on how long this might take, having some milestones and checkpoints. Also, knowing that you might not know entirely how long it will take, but the idea that you have certain chunks of work and you'll have check-in points when those chunks of work get completed, and then you can reassess the entire distance left to go. And as a quick tip, you can talk about the fact that all this documentation and setting up process will help also when you're onboarding new researchers. So there's kind of a dual benefit there. Now, I have a couple caveats here. This is just my opinion, but I think there are types of research you can democratize and other types that maybe it's a little harder to do. And I think generative research is where you really see the skill sets of a researcher come into play. And that's the type of research that I don't think is great for anyone necessarily to do. And I'm absolutely open to debate on this point, but I think when we talk about the differences between generative and evaluative research, I think evaluative is actually the better candidate for this. So when I think of things like usability testing during a prototype review, card sorting, that type of user research is well suited to product designers running it. And there's something really magical about them having those first-hand experiences with users that help make them better designers too. When it comes to accessibility user testing, so that would be things like working with people with disabilities, understanding how well your product works for them and interacts with any assistive technology they might be using, for instance, the screen reader. If somebody's blind, they might be listening. That's pretty well suited to an engineer doing that, because there's often something lost in translation if you're doing something that's fairly technical or fairly complicated, that them having that firsthand understanding of what that experience is like for a disabled user will probably help them better understand how to make a change. And the same comes for QA analysts. If you're doing some accessibility testing on your website or your app, having the QA person actually interact with somebody with a disability, they'll get that firsthand information and they can put it right into their QA process. Surveys are probably well suited to data analysts running them, not always a user researcher. In fact, some researchers aren't that great with quantitative studies anyway. Some of them are, some of them aren't. It's a bit of a specialization. And then unmoderated testing. We see a lot of testing where it's just documenting a step-by-step process, and anyone, you know, whether it's somebody with a disability or not with a disability, somebody who's a user, not a user, you're just putting those tests out there, and they're unmoderated no matter what platform you're using. That's pretty well suited to, I think, bringing more people in to do that type of research. So my tips are probably to ramp up slowly. Even before you implement a program of democratizing user research, you might want to start with things like research ride-alongs, where maybe those product designers or engineers or QA analysts just participate in a user research session and observe silently, or maybe they even actively participate and ask questions of the participant with the user researcher present in the session. You could do things like office hours where people drop in and ask questions about user research, or maybe you collaborate on setting up a study together. You can do lunch and learn just to start helping the rest of the organization understand what user research is, what the benefit of it is, how it all works. And you might even want to think about doing a small pilot test. So before you democratize user research for your entire organization, how about just doing it with a single product team or a single project just to start? Is always an option to try it out before you go all in. I want to talk a bit about my experiences. So I said, like, I've never been a user researcher or a user research lead, but user research has always been part of my role, whether as a UX designer, front-end developer, or even now at Fable, where we work with assistive technology users. My first attempt at democratizing was democratizing design. And so I was the UX lead for the Ontario government. So if you're American, it would be the equivalent of state government. And we had different departments, and every department had its own web team. And it was called web. This was like a long time ago. They weren't UX yet. They were still calling everything web. And we wanted to set up centralized standards for design and writing and everything, but we had all these distributed groups working on it. So we created a ton of documentation. And we did do internal training, but we didn't spread training out among all of the teams that were working on this. And it wasn't enough. So we had like a web editor's guide, we had a style guide, we had a design guide with like a pattern library, and eventually they created a design system, but we didn't have enough of that framework in place. And I also didn't have executive support. So at the end of the day, people would go in and take the components in the design guide and they would use them in unintended ways, regardless of the documentation, because I didn't have enough guardrails in place and I didn't have the executive support to stop it. So we ended up with some parts of the website that were kind of a bit of a Frankenstein. It wasn't ideal. But the wonderful thing is, if you approach all your failures as lessons, you learn and you get better. And so later in my career, I moved to Canada Post, which again, if you're American, it's the mail carrier for the entire country. And so I was able to set up a democratization approach there that worked much better, leveraging all the lessons that I had learned of things that had gone wrong with Ontario.ca. And I actually gave a talk about this a couple of years ago called Building a Pro Accessibility Culture at Canada Post. And I thought culture was a really important part of it. Culture is really about shared learning, people working together to solve problems and figuring out what works. And to me, that really speaks to the heart of democratization, is that you're building culture when you do that. So I had transitioned from UX lead to an accessibility lead role. And so I was setting up an accessibility program, and it had 4 pillars. It was really important to build an accessibility team. So I do think even if you're democratizing research, you always need a team of researchers. And these are the experts, and they're going to be supporting everybody else in the organization. You're going to need training. In my case, I've been setting up accessibility training, but if you were to do this, you'd have to set up user research training. I had tools as part of my program, and I think that very much rings true for research too. There are tools that you're using, and you need to have everybody using the same tools, whether they're researchers or not. And you also need some kind of targets to report on. You need to know if this is actually working. Are we still getting quality insights? Are we still doing high quality research? And are we managing to accelerate research or not? So it's important to figure out what those goals are and what you define success as before you implement a program. I had a really strong support model in place. So there was coaching. We had accessibility coaching. It was hands-on, really intensive. We would allocate 1 coach to every team. So every product team knew who their accessibility coach was. And you can do the same thing with a research coach, where every team knows who their research coach is. And there was a lot of pair designing and programming. So when I talked about research ride-alongs, you can definitely pair a researcher with anyone on the product team to provide that support. A lot of training as well, which was also very hands-on and intensive and very practical. There's nothing like bringing somebody along in a user interview and having them watch that. And it's one of the best ways to learn, and then maybe flipping the table and having them run one while somebody's observing and supporting when they're ready. And it's a little bit more effective in this case if we're not doing that one-on-one training, but you've got 1 trainer and many learners, is you can reach many more people at the same time. So that's where something like lunch and learns or like formal learning sessions will actually be beneficial. And then we also had a lot of guidance, documentation, essentially is what it boils down to. We would get questions coming in through an inbox or chat channel, and we'd have the accessibility coaches answer those and document them and share them. So we had a repository of learning that was beyond the coaching and the training, but documentation on how to do things and answers to common questions that we were asked. And I want to talk a bit about Fable, which is where I work now. And Fable is really about decentralizing accessibility. And I feel like decentralizing and democratizing sort of go hand in hand, and I almost use them interchangeably. Because the idea is either you have a centralized team of user researchers who do all the research, or you decentralize research and you spread it out throughout the organization. And to me, that's almost the equivalent of democratizing research. And so at Fable, we decentralize or democratize accessibility research. Which means we're giving designers, developers, product managers, QA, testers, and researchers access to accessibility research and testing. And it's working really well. The insights that people get by doing the research themselves and the different ways, different types of research, we definitely see people falling into the different categories that I talked about earlier. When, product designers do prototype reviews, you don't see QA testers trying to do a prototype review. It's just not that common. And we have certain types of requests that are well suited for engineers trying to understand the accessibility of their product. And, they can just go in and do that and get back a report and understand the feedback from the users directly. So in our experience, it's been working really well, and it helps to really integrate something into the entire life cycle of product development. Because oftentimes if you have a small research team, they might only be hitting one stage of product development and not the entire span of everything. Because when you have limited resources, where do you put the attention? Do you do it early? Do you do generative research to help inform product development? Do you do prototype reviews to help inform design? Do you do evaluative testing when people start building things? You do QA once the entire product is ready to launch. You do it after the fact when things are live to monitor and you know, A/B testing and all of those good things to continuously improve your product. If you only have a small team of researchers, how are they going to do all of that, right? That to me is the ultimate challenge, where decentralization or democratization can help distribute research along the entire product life cycle, position the researchers as experts and coaches, and they're there to guide others. There are parts of the research cycle that are more impactful and require specialized attention, and you put the research focus on that, and also being coaches and trainers for everybody else. And so I wanted to share a couple of resources if you were looking to democratize user research at your organization. When I was at the Ontario government, the research team there, they created a great user research guide. I wasn't part of their effort to democratize user research, but they pretty much documented so much of how to do user research that I think is a valuable resource for anyone. If you're more interested in the accessibility research side of things, there's a great guide on Medium, the Inclusive Research Guide, and it's very specifically targeted to how do you do user research with people with disabilities. And then there's also the user interviews, user research, UX research field guide. So those are some of the best resources that I found out there. I'm sure there are many, many more, but I didn't want to bombard you with too many things. And I do see there are a couple of questions. I am actually at time. So if the moderators don't mind, I think I have a minute or two to answer one or two questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it. Do you want to pick one you like, or you want me to find something for you?
I might just go with the one at the top.
Yep, that's easy.
And work my way down, and I
great.
will stop at 4:30. I know we've got only 3 minutes here. Sorry, 4:30 is my time. It's a completely different time where everyone else is. The first question is, would you consider democratizing the same as evangelizing? If not, how do they differ? I wouldn't consider them the same. Evangelizing is really that first tier, which is awareness. And I don't think it generally goes beyond that. Whereas democratizing, I think you need much more guidance, training, guardrails, documentation than just evangelizing. And the next question I see there is, what is your perspective on trained product managers taking on research? Well, I think product managers have to be so close to the users or the customers that it's such an ideal fit. You know, if they are trained, as you said in the question, eliminating that layer, there's nothing beats that face time with a user, especially if you're doing moderated user research and user interviews. There's, you know, nothing more striking than like seeing the users and their problems and their challenges and hearing it firsthand. No amount of reporting or documentation can really replace that. Even a video recording of the session, it means the person who's watching that doesn't get to ask questions or interact. So I think it's super valuable, to be honest. And I'll take one last question there, which is, how would you define the difference between democratizing UXR and scaling UXR versus UXR ops? But that's an interesting one. Honestly, my experiences with UXR ops has always been, the focus has been on tooling and recruitment. And I feel like that's where UXR ops spends a lot of their time. And it can help streamline the user research process. So there's some similarity to democratizing it. But I think UXR ops is still, the focus is very much on enabling the researchers to do the research versus democratization is about expanding that to not just researchers doing the research. So to me, that's where the differences lie. And I think we are at time.
Perfectly at time. Kate, thank you so much. That was super informative and just really great. And glad you got a couple questions in too.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was tons of fun.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. So this is, we've got two things left. We've got breakout sessions now for the next half hour, and then just a super quick return here to kind of say goodbye, and we'll share a survey and stuff like that with you then. So for the sessions, let me just share the link if you don't have it handy. Choose where you'd like to go. You can stay here and be with Danny Esner from Chameleon, who's going to talk about interviewing with confidence, how to feel the fear and do it anyway. Then we have Sprig. We have Azita Arani talking about how to scale yourself while avoiding burnout. That's in the link I shared there. And then lastly, we have a speed networking opportunity where you can talk with lots of folks in a short period of time. And Katrina from User Interviews will be moderating that. So follow the link, go where you'd like to go, stay here for the Chameleon webinar, and we'll see you back here in about a half hour. Thanks. And Danny, when you're ready, I will introduce you starting about now. Oh, let me share those links again. Right there. All right, so we've got Danny Esner. You are the VP of Marketing at Chameleon, and you are going to talk about interviewing with confidence, even when maybe there's a little fear there. So sure, this will be relatable to lots of folks, and thanks for joining us. I can help you with your video there if you need it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Let's see. Danny, it gives me the option to ask you to start your video, but not to start it for you.
I've started it. Can you see me?
There you are. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Excited to be here.
Yeah, thanks for doing this. All right, I'm going to disappear and I'll see you in a little bit.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Danny Esner. I'm the VP of Marketing at Chameleon. Chameleon is a product adoption platform. We help product teams help their customers get to that aha moment much faster through onboarding tools, micro surveys, product tours, and really help with the onboarding experience. And for this last session, we thought that we would do something a little bit different, but somewhat related, and talk about interviewing and interviewing with confidence. And as UX teams, we often have to talk to customers, to users, to prospects, and understand what they're thinking, how they're feeling, how they're interacting with the product, what their pains are, what their friction points are. And sometimes it's a little scary, especially if we're doing it for the first time. So I'd like to give you in this short session just a few strategies and recommendations to overcome your fears, to build some confidence, and put your best foot forward while running interviews. So I want to start with a quick story about my first time doing interviewing. And this is going back to my time in college, where I spent my summers interning at a place called Money Magazine, which is a personal finance magazine. And every summer, Money Magazine would run a couple of special editions that I would work on. One was a special edition about colleges, where Money Magazine would rank the best colleges for your money. So not what was the best college on an absolute value, but where you got the most bang for your dollar, so to speak. And we did something similar with cities. We called it the Best Places to Live edition. And we would rank cities based on their cost of living and what types of services you would get for your dollars, for your cost of housing. What was crime like? What was the quality of schools? How much did it cost to buy into the neighborhood? And I worked on this for a couple of years. And finally, one year, they let me help not only with the research and doing the rankings for the cities, but also to actually do the marketing of the issue when it was ready to come out. And so the head reporters got to do all the key media interviews, NBC News, the New York Times, things like that. And they allowed me to work on secondary promotions. And one of them was to do some interviews with local NPR stations in some of the communities that we highlighted in our report. And I was super excited to do this, first time going on the radio. And make a long story short, I bombed. I was terrible. And not only was that a big disappointment, but it really sapped my confidence for live presentations, public speaking, interviewing going forward. And over the first few years of my career, I really had to work hard to build back from this terrible experience to understand what I did wrong, what I could do better, and really how to overcome the sort of challenges and the fears of public speaking, of presenting, of interviewing. And so really the presentation that I'm going to give to you guys over the next 15 minutes or so comes from a lot of the learnings that I cultivated from this failure and how I learned from that. So hopefully you won't make the same mistakes I will, and you can stand on the shoulders of my learnings. So I want to give you guys three sort of takeaways from today's presentation. First, what are some of the key inputs that drive our lack of confidence when we're doing public speaking or interviewing or conducting interviews? How we can run better interviews so that we can do it with confidence? And what are some of the things that come up mid-interview that can sometimes jolt us or rock us off our game? And how do we sort of be aware of them and make sure that they don't rattle us too much, and so that we can continue and not lose confidence mid-interview. So let's first talk about what are the things that scare us, or what creates a lack of confidence for us when conducting interviews. And in my experience and in talking to lots of people, there are really three things that are the biggest saps of confidence in public speaking and interviewing. The first is shyness. If you're like me, and a lot of people are, we're generally introverts. And while we're comfortable with our friends and family, getting up with people we don't know, asking questions, being vulnerable, it's not easy for us. And that makes getting up and doing an interview that much harder. The second thing that people tend to get really tripped up on and cause them to lose confidence in is really around a perception of having a lack of expertise. So maybe I work for a SaaS company that's in the education space, and I need to interview teachers who are users. And I'm not a teacher. I don't know how to teach. I don't know the teaching methodology. And so I feel by having a lack of expertise in teaching, I'm not qualified to conduct an interview. And I think that really saps a lot of people's confidence as well. The third thing, and I think this is a real big one for a lot of us, is we're often tasked with interviewing people who have perceived greater responsibility, stature, title, and this results in us having what's commonly known as imposter syndrome. We're really worried that we have no business being on the call, being on the interview, and asking someone who is of greater stature than us, or at least perceived greater stature than us, asking them these questions. So what I've done is I've come up with a methodology that I'm going to walk you through that helps us navigate these three specific confidence sappers. But before I do that, I wanted to see and really make the session somewhat interactive and ask anyone to volunteer if they have any fears that they really come across when they're doing user interviews or any public speaking. What are the things that scare them or scare you the most? You can either raise your hand if you want to speak, or just put it in the comments, and we'll read through a few of them. Hopefully I can see the chat. It's on my other screen. Okay, good. A few coming in, asking a question that I should already know the answer to. I'm going to lump that one into something that I call stupid questions. Asking the wrong question. I think that falls into the same bucket of asking stupid questions. I don't think there's any such thing as stupid questions. I think that a good interviewing skill, and this is something we can talk about more, is assuming the lowest common denominator of knowledge. Because sometimes when we go in and we assume that we know something, or we assume that the person we're interviewing knows something, we ask questions in a certain way that doesn't allow us to get to the root answer that we're looking for. And so by starting with the lowest common denominator and asking simple questions, even if they feel like this is a stupid question, or I should already know the answer to this, I think getting over that fear and just asking that question is a good thing, because it establishes commonality and helps create clarity. And I think when you have clarity, you get a much more honest dialogue, and that will help you build confidence. Other things that are fearful: language. Language is definitely a barrier. I've struggled with that as well. Time management, interesting one. Keeping the interviews on track. What else do we have? Not getting the point across. People not understanding what I'm asking. Physical impediments, stuttering, not being able to speak clearly. These are also very good. Seeming incompetent. I'm going to lump that under imposter syndrome, right? Feeling that we don't belong in the conversation. Good. Okay, I think these are all very common and very understandable fears. And I think that the strategies that we're going to talk through will help us get through some of them and help us build confidence. So here are the 5 things that I have found that help me with my confidence and really overcome my fears. And even though I do a lot of public speaking, I probably do an order of magnitude of 15 to 20 presentations a year. Each time I still get nervous, and sometimes my confidence wanes. And so I have to go through these steps over and over repeatedly to rebuild my confidence and feel comfortable getting up in front of an audience and speaking, or getting into a call and conducting an interview. I don't do as much user interviews or UX interviews, but I certainly do customer interviews for case studies. And sometimes I'm interviewing CEOs or chief revenue officers, and that can be intimidating. So I find that this 5-strategy plan really helps me get through it. So we're going to talk about understanding your role in the interview, the importance of preparation, authenticity, the right technical setup and why that's important, and doing something that I call banking small wins. So let's talk about our role in an interview. When you think about an interview and you think about a story, there are usually 2 key players in a story. There's usually a hero and there's usually a trusted advisor. Right? Luke Skywalker here is our hero. Obi-Wan Kenobi is not the hero. He's just the advisor. He teaches Luke how to leverage the power of the Force to achieve his goal of defeating the dark side. In other stories, the Hunger Games, right? Katniss is our hero. Haymitch isn't our hero, but he's a trusted advisor that helps Katniss navigate through the complex world that she operates in. And so we have to understand that sometimes our confidence is sapped or limited because we think we need to be the hero in the interview. And we don't know how to be the hero. And that's because this isn't our story. And I think that by remembering that our role is to be not Luke Skywalker, but to be Obi-Wan Kenobi, to be that trusted advisor. And our goal is to help elicit the story out of the hero, out of the person we're interviewing, by asking probing questions, by asking follow-up questions, even simple questions like using questions such as why or how or tell me more, and let the hero be the hero and tell the story and communicate their expertise. That's a great way of building confidence, knowing that our role is to help the interviewee and not being the hero of the story. So when I remember that, and that goes to lack of expertise or Am I asking a silly question, or should I already know the answer to this question? Knowing that I'm the advisor and not the hero reminds me of my role in the conversation and helps me overcome those fears. The second thing I want to talk about is building confidence. And building confidence through preparation specifically. And this one I cannot emphasize enough. I remember when I was in ninth grade, I had an algebra teacher, Elaine Gorfinkel, and she was the best teacher I ever had, but she was scary, and I was quite intimidated by her. And she had this incredible habit of calling on you right at the beginning of class, making you go up on the board and write out the homework on the chalkboard. And if you weren't prepared, you were in deep trouble, because everyone would see that you didn't know what you're doing, and she was not necessarily nice about it. And so, that forced us to prepare, and prepare well we did. And that's just been a lesson that I've carried forward every single time. And really being prepared and over preparing is a great way of building confidence. When you know your material, you know the questions you want to ask, you know the outcomes you want to achieve from that interview, that gives you the confidence to navigate the interview in the right way, and will help you with things like time management, because you know what questions are important or not important. So preparation is so important. One of the reasons why I like to use the Rocky example here in my illustrations is not only is Rocky illustrative of that deep preparation in advance of his big fight against Apollo or Mr. T or whomever his opponent is, but Rocky really epitomizes what I call the unconventional preparation, right? His opponents are always in the gym, working with the best equipment, and Rocky is running through the streets of Philadelphia, or climbing stairs, or running through the mountains of Russia. And so his unconventional preparation is able to outcompete and defeat the bigger opponent using the traditional methods. And while I'm not suggesting that you need to use unconventional methods to prepare, I am suggesting that sometimes you need to think outside the box in your preparation, in doing research, in understanding who you're interviewing. Think differently. Don't use the same templates over and over, and be creative in the questions you ask. Establish rapport with the people you're interviewing to build confidence. Establish common ground. Don't just jump right into the questions that you want to understand. Don't just conduct your research. Remember that there's a person at the other end of that conversation. So be a little bit less formal, be a little bit non-traditional, and I think that will help you build confidence. The third one is around authenticity. And this is really about being yourself and being comfortable with yourself. And when you are staying true to yourself and comporting yourself in a way that is true to who you are and your personality, it's easier to be confident in that than trying to be someone who you're not. Me, for example, I tend to be less formal. I love movies, and so presentations, I tend to use movie clips, whether it's Star Wars or Rocky. So in this presentation, I'm being authentic to myself and who I am. And that gives me confidence because I love talking about movies and I love telling stories about my past and some of the work that I've done. And that gives me confidence to tell this story in a clear, concise, and compelling way. If I were trying to do this in a way that was not in a format that was true to me or similar to my personality, maybe I was using more bullet points and charts and graphs, that's just not who I am. I would think I would struggle to deliver that presentation and deliver it well and deliver it in a compelling and confident way, because it's just not who I am. So figure out who you are. What's the style that works for you? Do you like to ask more questions? Do you like to ask closed questions versus open-ended questions? Are you more formal? Are you less formal? Do you like to tell stories? Do you want people you're interviewing to tell stories? Understand what your style is and stay true to it. Be authentic. Don't try to be someone that you're not just because you think someone on the other end of that interview expects you to do it in a specific way. There is no one right way to conduct an interview, but doing it the way that is true to yourself will always yield the best results. Use the right setup. I think this one is really important, especially in a world where we are conducting more of our research through mediums like this, like Zoom or Microsoft Teams or Slack Connect. Having the right technology to help us through our interviewing process is really important. So one example is around note-taking. Sometimes you get so wrapped up in the interview that it's hard to jot down all the notes and all the insights you're getting from the interview. Technology now allows us not to have to write down anything. We can use recorders and transcribers. Sites like Otter allow us to do real-time transcription, where we can focus on the conversation and really go back and forth with the people we're interviewing, and let the recording record, let the transcription transcribe, and then we'll be able to go back afterwards and have the notes we need to understand what we covered in the conversation, and what the learnings were. Make sure that you have the right setup in terms of sound, in terms of visual. Do you need multiple screens so that you can have one screen for the video, one screen for screen sharing or application sharing? So that right setup really will give you the confidence to know that you're doing the interview in the right way, and will yield the best results. My last piece of advice is around what I call banking small wins. Confidence is not an all or nothing feeling. It is something that is has level of gradation, and it's something that has, I think, momentum and builds on itself. And so I find that when I need to build confidence, and I don't want to go from 0 to 100, I want to go from 0 to 10, 10 to 30, 30 to 60, and 60 to 100. And I do that by getting small wins, getting from that 0 to 10, and then from that 10 to 30. And small wins can come in lots of different ways. Maybe it's running internal interviews before you run external interviews. Maybe it's interviewing someone who has a more junior role before interviewing that CEO. Maybe it's just building confidence internally with things on your own skills and habits. You know, I have a good friend who just quit smoking last year, and he decided that he couldn't go cold turkey. So he went from 2 packs a day to 1.5 packs a day to just over 1 pack a day, and he worked himself down. And each of those was a win, right? Going from that 2 pack a day to 1.5 packs a day was a small win, all the way to the 6 months later where he was fully got off the smoking habit. It was not just that big win, it was really the series of small wins. And so by banking small wins, you build confidence, you build momentum that gets you up to a point where you have the confidence to tackle anything you want to do, especially interviews. So those are my 5 recommendations. Confidence comes from these things: being authentic, preparing, staying in your lane, being the trusted advisor, not trying to be the hero, having the right setup and processes during your interviews, and practice, practice, practice. The last thing I want to talk about are really 3 things that I find that come up during interviews, especially when they're done online, that can really affect affect the conversation and really hurt your confidence mid-interview. And we want to be careful of them. The first is what I call awkward pauses. So you're having a conversation back and forth and you don't know what to ask next, or the person you're interviewing takes a while to answer, and suddenly we get nervous. Uh-oh, is the conversation not going well? Did I ask the wrong question? Did I ask a silly question? Don't be afraid of awkward pauses. Sometimes pauses are a good thing. People need time to think and carefully calibrate their answers. Let the silence fill the interview, and it's okay for your person you're interviewing not to respond right away, and don't feel like you need to jump in and follow up your question with another question right away, or to clarify your question. Let the pause, the silence hang for a few seconds, and then keep going. So leverage pauses, don't be afraid of them, and certainly don't let them affect your confidence. The second thing that can get in people's way when they're doing interviews, especially if they're doing interviews of people with more technical personas, is that the conversation gets a little too technical, beyond your scope of expertise, right? So maybe you're doing a user interview about with a developer persona, and they start talking about coding or development languages or SDKs, and you feel like you're in over your head. Don't let this affect your confidence either. My recommendation is to go back to basics and to keep the conversation at a higher level. And don't be afraid to ask clarifying questions. What did you mean by this? I'm not familiar with that term or that acronym. Can you explain? And remind people sometimes that you are not them, right? Sorry, I'm just a UX person. I'm not a developer, or I'm a marketer. I'm not a developer. I'm not an engineer, whatever the persona is that you're interviewing, and that will help frame the context. But don't sort of be chased down into the rabbit hole of the technical conversation to a point where you're not comfortable conducting the interview and you feel like your confidence is waning as a result. The third is technical difficulties. We rely heavily on the technologies of Zoom or Microsoft Teams, on our computers, on internet connections, with video feeds, with microphones, with audio. Any one of a number of things can go wrong, and they will. And when they do happen, and it's not if, it's a when, don't get flustered by that. People are understanding. They've all been on the other side, right? They've been doing their own interviewing, or they're giving presentations, or they've just been on a regular Zoom meeting where things go haywire. We live in a world where people understand that this happens, and we shouldn't get flustered by it, and we shouldn't lose confidence by it. So once that happens, do your best to reset, whether that's rejoining the meeting or rebooting the meeting, fixing the audio issue, fixing the screen share, whatever it is. Don't worry, your interviewee understands, and keep moving forward. Don't let it zap your confidence in any way. So those are my recommendations for interviewing with confidence. We have a couple of minutes left, and so I'd love to open it up for Q&A. And thank you. And Taylor, just help me with any questions that have come in on Q&A. Maybe you want to call any out.
Sure. So we have one question from Kara that says, how can I translate this to job interviews? Smiley face.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think that a lot of what I said applies to job interviewing. I think the big difference with job interviewing is that my first recommendation really flips. In the job interview, you are not the trusted advisor, you are the hero, right? You stop being Obi-Wan Kenobi and you start becoming Luke Skywalker. And you have to figure out how to tell your story and tell it with confidence. But all the other things apply. Making sure that we are prepared, making sure that we have the right technical setup. I think everything else really applies. I see a few more. Do you want to call any out? Do you want me to pull some?
Yeah, Taylor, there's a bunch in the Q&A.
Oh, I
Yeah.
apologize. Okay, so do you have any advice or tips on how to not let the work-related imposter syndrome leak into our relationships and conversations outside?
Wow, that's a good question. Imposter syndrome, I think, is something that pervades our professional and personal experiences. And I think that we all experience it to some degree or another in all those contexts. And really my recommendation for handling imposter syndrome is through self-affirmation. And this is something that I didn't used to believe in, but something that I've become much more I find to be much more of a useful tool over the last couple of years. And so what I do with positive affirmation, and it's not something I do every day, but I probably do it once every 2 weeks or so, is I remind myself of the things that I have done or the reasons why I belong. And sometimes I'll write them down. Sometimes I'll just talk to them, talk them to myself or speak them to myself. I actually do it a lot in the shower. That's when I do a lot of thinking, and I will remind myself, hey, I did such and such thing at work, or I was able to help someone in a certain way. And so, sometimes we are too hard on ourselves and we remind ourselves of all of our failures, of all the things we didn't do or can't do. And we don't give ourselves enough credit of the things that we have done or are capable of doing. And so I find that positive affirmation, with whatever cadence, it could be daily, could be weekly, could be once a month, is really valuable in boosting confidence and helping us with imposter syndrome. And that's inside of work, outside of work, with friends, personally, I find it to be very valuable. I think we have time for maybe one or two more.
Perfect. So I have 2 questions on deck then. Leah asks a similar question. Starting first-time role as a UX researcher at an agency with a high-paying client, feeling strong imposter syndrome as I'll be the sole UX researcher on a cross-functional team. Best steps to combat this.
So I think the first thing to remember is that your company has confidence in you, right? They have hired you because they know that you can do the job. They are comfortable putting you in front of this high-paying client because they believe that you are the right person for this client engagement. And so build on that confidence that they have in you to build confidence in yourself that you not only belong there, but you're going to kick butt doing the job.
That's great. And if we have time for one more, Jenny asks, have you any tips to handle difficult stakeholders who are observing the session and want to ask numerous questions?
So I'll answer this question through the lens of internal stakeholders, meaning people who will work for your company who are hoping that you will help them gather insights through your interview for their own purposes. Maybe there are other members of the UX team, maybe there are members of the product team who are looking to understand insights from the user interview, maybe they're from the marketing team. And what I find is a best practice is to really set the rules of engagement prior to the interview. And so what I will do with these stakeholders is align with them before we ever get on a call with a customer or an interviewee, and we understand what are they looking to get out of the conversation, what are their goals, what are the specific questions they want to have answered, what are the things they're hoping to learn. And as part of that, I'll also define what are the things that are out of scope, what are the things we're not going to cover, right? Maybe we'll cover an onboarding flow, but we won't cover the payment process. Maybe that's out of scope. And so we won't ask questions about credit card processing or invoicing because that's just not in scope for the interview. So helping people understand what's in scope and what's out of scope, I think will create alignment. The second thing is by having that alignment prior to the interview, I think that prevents people from throwing you curveballs in the middle of the interview, which can throw you off your game and also hurt your confidence. So really aligning with your team and setting expectations before you even get into that room, whether that's a physical or virtual room, creates alignment, and alignment builds confidence. And I think we're at time. So I think we hand it back over to the user interviews team.
Yes, thank you, Danny. That was fantastic. And thanks for the great questions. Really useful, applicable tips for all sorts of situations. So thanks so much. All right,
Thank you.
This is the end, everybody. Take like 5 more minutes of your time, if that. Let me share my screen here. And all right. Get into chat here. All right. So thanks for joining us today. This was fantastic. Our first annual UX. Hope you all got something out of it. We talked about mindfulness, imposter syndrome a couple times, mentorship, healthy teams, confronting interviewing fear, getting more done without burning out. And we had some networking breaks as well. Thanks so much to all the presenters, the moderators, the panelists, and the team here at UI. And thank you to everyone who showed up as well. We really appreciate you all taking the time to be here and to hopefully build on this conference and make it better year after year. To that end, I'd love to share a survey with you in the chat here. If you get a minute today or tomorrow, it won't take more than a couple minutes. Really appreciate any feedback you have. Thanks again for your time. That's it. That's kind of the show. So thank you. All right, I'm gonna take us out with the song. Let's see if we can get that going.
Anyone want to start singing?
Ah.